everybody. Welcome back to the Hot Dog Stand. I am your car hop dames of games. And I'm super excited to be here and serve up some board gaming streaming today. So, apologies not here on Monday, a little under the weather, but we're right back at it, Tabletop Thursdays. So last time we were here, we tried out and got really comfortable using Dextrous to play with how to create some cards for our tabletop game that we're going to make. And hopefully you guys here in chat will contribute to that game and we'll have some fun with it. Since last week, I did make some notes and come up with some ideas, and I actually think I even have a bit of a game concept that I want to try to work out on stream with you guys. So we're gonna try to learn some more things today. I want to try to find out how much we can do in Dextrous. There's definitely some pieces to the game that I have in mind that I'm not positive that we can do in Dextrous. So we'll have to do some looking at how people make boards and pieces and those things to then use them in Tabletop Simulator. Because that's our ultimate goal is we want to make this game. We want it to be as testable right here online and play testable as possible so that we can play test it over and over again until we have something that feels really good. So we're still in that dream phase where we've got ideas and we're putting them all together. We're experimenting, I guess, is really the phase we're in. We're calling this dreams and Dextrous for now because we're still kind of playing and learning. And I think our as we move forward, we'll have some really exciting things to try out and see how they work together. Hopefully you guys will give me input on how you feel that the rule sets are working and if things are just not clicking or making sense to you, because I'm only one person and I would love to have as much input from you guys as possible. So let's jump back into Dextrous before we get, too crazy here. Let's get this kitchen running. Ooh, okay. Are we still looking good? It looks good over there. I think we've got... Actually, you know what I've got to do? I always forget to do this. I have a wide monitor. So I've got to set this monitor to be a much more stream-friendly resolution. And that should make things a little better for us. Let's see. Still looks a little crazy. This one. It shouldn't be that shape anymore. Bring that shape. That's weird. Hang on. Streamer. It's still a bit of a weird shape. Gently roar. Is it perhaps because I am being silly? I think it is. Yeah, I'm being silly. Whoa, that looks better. Let's make it bigger. Actually, do just want it wider now. Yeah, okay, that's looking like gangbusters. That's more what we want. Alright, cool. Now that we're back at it. So here's Dextrous and our minimalist set that we were working on last week, where we've got our 5 cards that we were able to play with. And this is all as we learned from Dave Geltima. Thank you so much, Dave. Actually, gonna just keep on giving him shout outs because we would not be here without him. So if you're interested in how I learned about this and some more great information, tips, tools, tricks about making a game or streaming and streaming content, check out Dave Geltima. I just put a link to his YouTube in chat. He got us started from the ground running with a template set of cards and a template Google sheet that we last week were able to go in and edit how to get around in Dextrous, because the idea that I've had since last week is totally different. So if you've ever played a game like Magic the Gathering, one of the major components that you can use in Magic the Gathering to either benefit yourself or mess with your opponents is milling cards from your deck into your graveyard. And that concept of milling is kind of where I got this idea. So at base, we're calling this game the Mill. And I want it to be, similar to the games we were talking about last stream, like viticulture, where there's a plot. The idea of what you're doing in viticulture is making wine, and all the different steps that you have to go through to then end up making and filling orders of wine to get your victory points. So the idea that I had for the Mill, I wanted to be very similar. I was like, okay, what kind of idea can we use related to that name? And I was thinking, well, obviously like a water mill, a grain mill, that would the old mills that would grind up grain and turn it into flour. And those mills were these big buildings that had multiple floors. And actually, this is where I got some of my inspiration. Let's just literally Google, like a wheat mill. Okay, and then I looked up a diagram, I think, yeah. So then I was looking at how these different houses back in the day worked, right? There's all these floors where you're hoisting the grain up to the attic so that it can go down through a chute and get through these grinding stones and through a hopper down into something that fills the sack with your end product of flour, right? So that's kind of the idea that I started with in my head, is how can we use this process of moving these cards through the mill or to create, grain in some kind of fashion. And the idea was a water mill where you've got a water wheel on the outside. So actually, let's do water mill. I was looking at one like this, was very similar to what I was looking at. So my general idea was, if we're milling, maybe the point of the game is to be the first to get all the way through your deck, first to exhaust all of your cards into your graveyard, or however we're going to word things here. And how can we use the different floors of the mill to make those things happen? And then the last thought I had was, how do we make the wheel incorporated? I would love a spinning wheel piece. Maybe it's only certain phases can be played, or only certain cards can be played. But an ad's about to start, so I'm gonna sit here and not do anything for about a minute and change while that ad runs. I'm really excited about this idea. It's something that I just kind of grew out and workshopped while I was sitting at a friend's house. And I think it's something that can really just be that basic, playable, not too convoluted with the rules, because I don't want my first or our first game to be something that is so difficult or out there that people don't want to learn how to play it or don't want to play it, or it's, we've play tested it so much that we can't even fix it. So I want to start with something really basic that we can get completed and play and really feel out. And then I think that if we can do that, the sky will be the limit after that, for this first kind of prototypey beta board game that we're trying to make here. I think it would be really great to just get something playable and get it out there into the world, Get you guys to play test it with me. It would be so amazing. I hope everything is coming through okay. While we're sitting on this ad break, I'm just kind of scrolling through. Hi, Illogical. What's up, people? So this is kind of where I got the idea. I don't want to say too much more. We're just sitting on another 40 seconds or so of an ad break. But I started, I literally just at a friend's house was drawing ideas in a book, trying to come up with a mechanic or a general lo-fi, free DMCA. Maybe that'll be a little bit better. Thank you. Hi, Tina. The game looks amazing. Also, the t-shirt. Thank you. Yes, Tina actually gave me this shirt. I thought it was appropriate for Tabletop Thursday. So it looks like the ad's done. We're talking about the mill. This idea that I kind of drew out in this book a week ago. It was literally right after stream last week. I was so stoked on everything we got done in Dextrous and everything we talked about in chat that I straight up took my book to a friend's and we sat around and each did like our own little thing, and I was just going on like, what could I do? And drawing fat pigs. Are you a little fat pig? He's so cute. I tried to do lumberjacks too. They didn't come out as good, but you know, you get your inspiration from around the internet, and I was just trying to recreate some of what we did on Dextrous to get some more feel for what the ideas I had were. And originally I was thinking this, I might still keep this idea, right? Instead of the milling idea, my first idea was maybe the card cost to play the card that you want to play is based on your hand size. So early cards that are easy to play that maybe just big up your resources or give you access to draw more cards would only cost you 1 or 2 cards hand size. So as long as you have 1 or 2 cards in your hand, you can play those cards out really quick and build yourself like a little way to draw more cards, so that harder cards to play that would be bigger end game cards are worth, like, maybe you have to have a 10 hand size. You have to so that means you have to have at least 11 in your hand to play that card, because the card you're playing is not going to count. So once you play it, do you have 10 cards in your hand, then that cost is covered. You know what I mean? I thought that was kind of a cool idea. And the idea of how we could get the cards to play off of each other to create more draw opportunities, in addition to probably being able to draw, you know, at the beginning or end of your turn. Maybe you amplify that. You draw 1 or 2 additional every time you draw your turn, or you can draw 1 every time an opponent draws 1, or, you know, something like that. I thought it would be a really cool way to kind of mix some mechanics. But then I couldn't get in my head what the point of the game would be. Okay, so that's a cool mechanic I have in my mind, but I haven't thought of how to tie that into like a world and use it in a game. So that's how we got to the mill, where it's like, well, what about milling cards? Instead of trying to draw as many cards as possible, what if we're just trying to be the first to, like Uno, the first to get through your deck, right? So that's how the mill came about. And my general idea is that you have all these floors. Okay, I don't know if you can see my silly ass drawing, but you have these floors in the mill, right? Like what we're seeing on our screen here. And maybe each floor has like a spot where you can put a card. And maybe it becomes a stack where multiple players can play on that floor. But why? And to what end? And how do we then move forward with that? So you can see there's a lot of loose ideas that are not really there yet. But that's where I'm thinking. And today I want to kind of spend time figuring out how to make the actual board and things like the wheel that would spin, and how to make that for something like Tabletop Simulator. We know Dextrous is great for making a deck. I don't believe that there's an option for making other components to your tabletop game. But let's see. If I just make another project and add a component, it needs a layout. Does it have to be a card? I think it does, right? All of these layouts are basically cards. So I don't think there's like a, you know, meeples or board layout. Let me go back to our minimalist project. Let's look at that. And let's see, is there anything? This is all the cards itself, untitled component. Okay, this is the deck, right? Yeah, and then if I create a new component, it's the same thing, right? Where it's just cards. Variables? So if we just go blank, just looks like, oh, here. Okay, hold up. Cards, tiles, tokens. Okay, I'm getting excited again. Hell yeah. Okay, so we have options in here. We have things that we can play with. So what about, we have tiles, but what about just like can we just make a whole board? Okay, hex settlers. Circles. Whee! Square. See, this, it only goes out to, so this isn't really a board exactly. Pages. Okay, so let's just go with the biggest circle they have. We'll act like it's going to be the water wheel, right? 5-inch circle. Okay. So I can imagine we could mess with making a water wheel style thing in here, but okay, bear with me. I'm just gonna be that girl. Game components, not the board itself. Okay, so how to make a board for tabletop simulator. How to import board components custom. Okay, so literally it's just its own thing. It's just an image. So we could just like make it, so we could just make something in like Illustrator. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, models, sure. Tiles. Okay, so what about if I want something that's gonna spin? A custom. This looks like a thing. So you make some kind of asset that would trigger an animation where the wheel spins, as I'm guessing how we would go with that. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have some steps to learn. Unity, huh? Yeah, there's some components to using Tabletop Simulator that I've not done before. I know it's possible, but I haven't done it. But we know there's resources is what we've found. So learning that for a custom board, okay. So we probably just want to make like a really clean image in Illustrator that would be our mill with the floors and the deck stacks that we're thinking. Image resolution. Okay. So I have Tabletop Sim, but I don't know how much of these things I have yet. I don't have Unity. Let me go. We're gonna do a little IT work here. So we're looking at Steam apps, yeah. Is this Roaming? Local. Probably local. Steam apps. Steam. Oh, maybe it's in roaming. Roaming. Nope. Where it is? Where it is? Steam apps common. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my Steam. We gonna go to Steam. We gonna look at the library. I'm gonna say, take me to the local files for Tabletop Simulator. Installed files. Browse. Plotting. Okay, so there are things in here. Okay. And then there's files, folders, directories. Hello. Deck builder, deck templates, dice templates are all in here. Okay. Cool. Deck editor. Template. Okay, cool. Dice templates. Very cool. Okay, sweet. So we have some things. So I'm not sure if the wheel, it must be a custom asset of some kind. Maybe a custom tile? No, so what were we looking at? Custom asset bundle. The most advanced. Well, you know what, guys? We're jumping right into the most advanced. Part 4, custom asset bundles. You know what? Hold on, Slow-Fi. Let's get educated. And let's put up our I'm not the owner. Please follow these people if you would like to know what we're watching. We are watching Berserk Games tutorial on Tabletop Sim. I'm going to put a link in the chat for y'all. And hopefully on your side, yeah, it looks like I put up my little content pointer there to show you what channel we're looking at. And let's make sure it's loud, because I did notice last time it was not. And even after turning it up, it was still not. So let's see how loud this is for you.
Welcome to the Tabletop Simulator tutorial series. I'm Kimiko with Berserk Games, and this 4th episode in the series will go over how to create custom asset bundles from the very basics to a bit more advanced with animation, sounds, and particle effects. If you missed the previous videos, they will be linked in the description below. You can also find more in-depth info on our knowledge base on our website, which will also be posted below.
Okay.
So let's get started. First, you will need to go into our knowledge base and make sure you have the proper project and Unity version. Download and install the Unity installer. As of this recording, you will need 5.6.2, but you must use the exact same version listed in our knowledge base, so it's very important to check the version in the knowledge base first to ensure everything works properly.
Okay.
When installing Unity, make sure to checkmark the Windows, Linux, and Mac build support boxes. Then, download the Tabletop Simulator modding project from GitHub. Unzip the file and place in your drive of choice. Now you want to open up Unity. Click Open and choose the folder from GitHub that you just unzipped. Once opened, you can see the list of assets, which includes example objects to provide scale, 1 Unity unit equals 1 inch, and scripts you can play around with that enables advanced functionality like animations and sounds.
You guys, this is going to be
so much fun. So let's start with a basic object. At the top, you can click on Game Object, 3D Object, and then the object of your choice. In this case, I'm choosing a sphere. Optionally, you can create the object in your hierarchy by right-clicking on it and then choosing 3D Object and then your object of choice. If you'd like to name your object something else, just right-click on it, choose Rename, and enter in whatever you'd like.
Ball. That's a ball.
Now you want to add a material to your object so you can change the color of it. Click on the Materials folder, so and then right-click in the folder, click Create, and then Material, and name it whatever you like. Drag and drop your new material onto your object. When you click back on your object, you will see your material has been added. Click on the arrow to expand the options. You can now change the settings, colors, and more of your object. Feel free to play around with the different settings to see what they do. I'm going to change the color of the material to red and change the metallic sheen of it, as well as adjust the smoothness of it. This is also where you can add in any textures and normals you may have created.
This is so cool.
Once you have your object how you want, you now need to create a prefab of it. Prefabs allow you to store a game object complete with components and properties to your liking.
Awesome. Okay.
You can make changes to the prefab to have all instances of that object change immediately, or you can edit the components of each object individually without messing with the prefab. To create a prefab, just drag your object from the hierarchy into the prefabs folder. From here, you can change the name of the prefab if you like to keep it separate from any others you create that are similar. Now you need to assign that prefab to a unique asset bundle name. Click on the prefab, go down to the bottom right where it says Asset Bundle and change it to New. Then give it a unique name like so and press Enter. Now you will build your asset bundles by right-clicking anywhere in the project view and then selecting Build Asset Bundles.
Okay.
And that's
Asset
it.
bundles.
Now we're going to check out our newly created asset bundle in-game.
What? That's it?
Once you've got Tabletop Simulator opened, in the top menu, click on Objects, Components, Custom, and then Asset Bundle. Use the file browser to locate your asset bundle.
We're going to be able to do this.
Asset bundles can be found in your tabletop-simulator-modding/asset bundles folder.
I'm really
Load
stoked.
it to your cloud and then choose the type and material you wish the object to be. Click Import and there you have it, your very own custom asset bundle.
Wow!
Now we're going to try out a more advanced version of an asset bundle. In this case, it will be expected that you already have what you need to create them, as we won't be going over how to model or create animations and the like. You can easily find free versions on various websites, or you can purchase models for this purpose.
Okay, fair enough.
Since most of my custom videos include a cat of some sort, I will be creating an animated cat asset bundle, of course. You want to make sure you have all your assets already in your project so that we can get to work. First, drag in your model into the scene. At this time, you can make any adjustments to the size of it. I'm going to add 2 components to my cat model by clicking on Add Component in the Inspector. Animation and TTS Asset Bundle effects. If I was going to add sounds, then I would also add in the TTS Asset Bundle Sounds component.
Okay.
In the main animation value, you want to add in your general animation that you want to show when you load up your model.
You know what? It's not really
in this case, I'm going to add in the idle pose.
To the next phase?
You then want to decide how many animations you will be adding.
I don't know.
I'm going to choose 4, including the idle pose. You can now see that there are 4 elements to choose from. Element 0 will be my idle pose, but I now need to change the other 3 elements to add in the animations I desire. I ended up choosing idle, run, wash, and sleep as my 4
So these are all
animations
she's already created. That's what she was saying, is that there's
You want to
other
make sure the
resources
play
to figure out how to
automatically
make
box
those
is
create-
checked,
or-
so the animations will play right away, and you want the culling type to be at always animate. Now we go down to the TTS Asset Bundle Effects component and click the arrows to expand those options. At this time, we're only going to be working with the looping effects, which will have our animations continually loop. You want to put the same number for the size that you had in the animation section, and for each element, you need to put the name of your animation. And either drag and drop your model into the animation section, or you can choose it from the list. And then you need to input the exact name of the element into the animation name section, like so.
But if we're just going to click it once, then we can
Once you've got your scripts in place, now you create a prefab like before. Drag and drop into the prefabs folder, name it what you like, and then create a unique asset bundle name for it. Then right-click anywhere in the prefabs folder and build your asset bundle. And now we'll go back into the Tabletop Simulator and load it up. You want to do the same thing as before and go to Objects, Components, Custom, and Asset Bundle. Look for your newly created asset bundle, load it onto the cloud, choose your type of material, and import it.
Okay.
Because my cat model has looping effects on it, when you hover over it, you can see the asset bundle purple icon, which lets you know there are either looping or trigger effects. To see if your animations are working,
Wow, okay.
right-click on your model and choose one of the 4 looping effects.
Wow, okay. That's so cool.
One last thing I'm going to go over is how to add a trigger and sound effect to your asset bundle.
Yeah, that's what
Going
we
back
want as a
into
trigger.
Unity, we're going to duplicate our first model with all the effects on it, and then add on to it. In the new copy, change the animation size to 5, and in Element 4, change it to whatever animation you want to be a trigger effect. In this case, I'm adding the dig animation. Under the Asset Bundle effects, click the arrow under Trigger Effects to show more options. Change the size to 1 and add a name for the animation. Then under Sound, add in your audio clip, and under Duration, choose how long you want the sound to last. And then drag in your object file into the Animation Component section. Create a new prefab with a new name and new asset bundle name, and then build your asset bundles like before.
Okay.
Now when we load it up in Tabletop Simulator, when we right-click and choose Trigger Effects, you can see my cat's dig animation, along with the sound to go with it. The animation will last as long as the trigger effect's duration, so you want to make sure you have them at the correct length you want them to be. And there you have it.
How do you
You
set
can
its
create
trigger
many different types of asset bundles to
without
have
just, like,
various
right-click
animations,
trigger, though?
sounds, and particle effects.
Like if you click a
You
button
can check
and it
out the
triggers, I
workshop
guess
to
there's
find some
something
of the
in there
amazing things the community has already then build your asset bundles like before.
Come back. Get that
Asset
looping
bundle
effect
name.
there. So trigger effects, size 1, sound, positional. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how we would tell it what triggers it, but we can cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's see if we can find how to animate spinning wheel in Unity. All right, BXB Studio. What
Hi
you got?
guys, welcome to Media Max tutorial, and yeah, I'm back after a too long break from recording tutorials, and I'm really sorry. I know, guys. Download the model from the link on the description,
Okay.
direct on the
The
scene,
model. Sure.
and yeah. So we're gonna set up our car. Our car. So double click on that car model and create another new game object. We're gonna call it wheel transforms. We're gonna drag the tires and the rotors into it. Okay, so double click on the first tire, create a new game object, name it wheel FL. We're gonna drag the tire and the rotor, both of them, into this game object, and do this to all the other wheels. So game object wheel FR, tire FR,
Sure.
rotor FR, double click. Look at this. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna change it. Wheel RL. Okay, the last wheel RR. Okay. So what we're going to do now is to drag all these game objects into this game object. Simple, okay? So we create another game object. We're going to call it body. Drag all these into it. Okay. So we're going to duplicate this game object, the wheel transforms game object, and name it wheel colliders. But what we're going to do here is to delete all the meshes into the wheels game objects. So, okay, here we go. So now we have our car set. So we're gonna add a rigid body component, physics rigid body, change the mass,
Physics rigid
okay,
body. Physics, okay.
change the
You can
interpolate
just-
if you want, change the policing, the protection if you want also. So
Wow.
now
This
we
is
go
gonna
to the
be
wheel
so
colliders game
interesting
object,
to learn.
and we change the view like this, and we add select all. Make sure you have select all the wheel colliders. So add component physics wheel collider. Okay, so you have to change the wheel radius. Radius.
So wheel collider is something that's
yeah,
like, I
good.
guess already built into Unity.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Okay, so we add suspension distance 0.3, target position 0.9. Okay, so now what we are going to do is make this car playable. So what we're going to do is create a new script, C# script, and car name car script. So drag this car script into the car model. Okay, so we open it with monodevelop. Oh my gosh. Okay, just wait a minute, guys. I'll be back. Okay, guys, I'm back, and yeah. So let's continue. Open the script with monodevelop, and here we're gonna make some new variables: public wheel collider wheel FL, public wheel collider wheel.
Have to build some scripts,
right? And copy it, paste it, RL RR. Okay, copy it again, all of them, and change the type to transform, 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 and change the name wheel FL transform. Okay. Okay, that's cool. Now go to our editor, Unity editor, and we need to assign these variables. So
okay, sure.
Assign it like this.
Okay.
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 So as you can see, we're gonna change the camera view. Go to game object, align with view. Okay, as you can see,
we probably don't have to do as much as this is because he's trying to animate car wheels, but this is giving me a good idea of like how the physics.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
How the physics plays in Unity.
Oh my, oh yeah, man.
That was fun.
Okay, so we go to all these meshes. I'm gonna go do physics, mesh collider, and make it convex and plate mesh.
Okay, cool.
Okay, clear errors. Now let's do again. Okay, as you can see here, we have our car, but without movement. So what we're gonna do is to add, we're going to remove this void or function, and we're going to add to the rear wheels motor torque. Okay, so wheel RL dot motor torque equal to input dot gear axis vertical speed times speed, and we're going to create the speed variable speed. Okay. Okay, that's good. Now we're gonna test it. Okay, it works.
Oh my gosh, and it takes the whole car with it.
Okay, that's
good.
Yeah,
we definitely aren't gonna need all of this. Okay, thank you,
we're gonna now
Studio.
rotate
that
the
is
wheels,
a lot of really
as you can
cool
see.
information. That's not quite what I'm looking for. Animate board game spinner Unity. Let's try this one.
Hey DJ Dialects,
Scapegoat
I'm here to help you with your physics problem. The write-up I promised took a little.
Let's check this one
out. It was a little too complicated to put into words, so I'm making a video instead. The reason this whole crazy physics glitching is happening is it looks like you're controlling your spinner with an animation, and the animation, what it does is it edits the transform values of your spinner directly. So it's modifying the rotation values of your spinner directly, and that's causing it to teleport inside of your player here, and then the player gets teleported when it's basically specifying what position in the arm's local space do you want to have rotate around. So basically specifying our axis of rotation for our arm. You can sort of see it in here, but see this little orange arrow here? That's specifying the our anchor and our axis. Right now it's pointing to the positive X direction. We'll change that later.
Okay, wow, see, okay.
So we have
a lot of the same things here. So instead of we've got that rigid body, but instead of creating the wheel and the colliders and the motor torque, he's using a hinge joint. We could probably do something really similar. The way that there was a joint in that spinning was kind of taking the whole piece with it. It's probably what we need to do, but with a wheel, right? With a circle. So wow, this is really cool. Okay, I think we've learned a lot actually already. Where should we go with this? Oh my gosh, I don't know what we should do. should I make you guys wait while I try to get Unity running right now? Probably not. Should we, I don't know what we should do. Try to make some other assets? Try to think about the cards? I don't know what we should do. Let's go back to Dextrous and try to come up with some ideas of for cards and how they would work into our watermill. So what I want to do actually is, I think we can use our minimalist project. I don't think I'm going to come back to wanting our first cards that we made. So I think we can work right in here. We've already got our Google Sheets set up and everything. Let's put some music back on and try to get inspired on how these cards might work. I wonder if I can just pull up Illustrator too. Maybe we can hop back and forth between this and Illustrator. Because, well, that might be too much for now. I just want to think about how these are going to play into the mill itself. So maybe let's go super ghetto with it and let's use paint. I'm just going to make a mock-up of how I'm envisioning this board in paint so that we can mess around a little bit. So let's see. Let me add a source over here. Snatch. New one. Potatoes. Paint. Uh-oh. That doesn't look right. Oh. Ah. We just had to give it a little bit of the shimmy sham. I don't know what that is. Don't repeat that. Okay. All right. So let me get out my little drawing. We're going to redraw. This is just a little mock-up I want to do so that when we're talking about how the cards work, we can futz around with it in here. So, general idea is we have a mill, right? So we're looking at like a tall building, the water wheel off the side. And maybe this has got the it's kind of centered, as good as it needs to be for this. Oh. Hello. And what was I thinking? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors. That sounds good because then 5 split on the wheel. So I'm just gonna go for it. Might be a little messed up. 2, 3, 4. Okay, those pie pieces are definitely a little wonky, but you get the idea, right? And then maybe this way. It's something like oof. All right, like that's kind of where it lands. Okay. And then okay, looks right. And then we just had like a roof, mill. Just for fun. And then we had floors. So we got 5 floors. Definitely not to scale. But who cares? Let's not get bogged down on that kind of stuff. Thank you, Dave Jatelma, for that tip. And then it's like we would have a slot for you to slot in your cards, right? Oops. Hello. All right, it's not gonna let me copy. Why not? Why not? Okay, fine. Just do it manually because we don't want to get bogged down. Okay, we had some names too. I just kind of was screwing around, so it's like bulk or storage or something, right? Biga. Storage. Okay. And then hopper. Ooh. And why did that change from the last one? Hello? Hello? I didn't change that font. Hello? Hoppa. Oh. Okay. Enough with the perfectionist. Just move on. Shaker. And millstone. And sack. We gotta have a better one than that, but we're gonna go with sack for now. Why not? Okay, so this was kind of my general idea, right? You've got your deck. Everyone's got their own deck. I'm not sure if that's something that would be defined ahead of time or something that's shuffled and dealt out. Probably the latter for ease of gameplay, but we'd have to make a really well-balanced deck. So the other idea was how to define what matters on the wheel, right? So is this wheel gonna be related to the different floors of the mill? I'm a dork, leave me alone. So if the wheel is indicative of the floor that we're on, or the floor that you're allowed to play your cards on, then each one of these would also be, you know, whoa. Gadashga. Would be related to each of the things, right? And maybe they're not in the same order. Maybe that's part of the... Ah! Here, let's put sack here. And obviously, if this is how it would go, I would want it to be prettier. Maybe each floor has art that indicates the kind of floor it is, kind of like how in Catan you can tell the different resource tile you're on based on the art, and then the art would match on the wheel, or with an icon or something as well, because you always want it to be clear, and you always want it to be clear for people that maybe are colorblind or something too, so we want to make sure there's some kind of icon. But I figured this is just a good way to start at what I'm thinking, right? And then let's say we've got like 4 players. Stack them over here. doesn't that look like the font changed? I didn't change anything on the font. Why did it do that? Whatever. Okay. So, cool. So now, if this is the way the concept would be, we're on the shaker floor on our wheel, our water wheel. So maybe I'm looking at my deck of cards. And I would play my cards on the shaker floor for some reason. Okay, here we go. Each floor has to have something, right? Okay, each floor has to, come on, click this in. An ability, maybe? Like, okay. And we would want them to be kind of related to the floors, right? So let's change the color of this too. Red's a little crazy. How about blue? How about green? Okay. Go back to red, I guess. Yeah, orange is okay. Orange is a little better. Oh, it sucks. Orange sucks. Let's just go with this blue. It's fine. Oh, for frig's sake. Okay, hold on. I want to move that, but now I want that wording because I liked it. Hold on. Okay. Let's. Oh, there we go. Let's make it one touch smaller. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so each floor would have some kind of reason to play the card on that floor, right? The point is to get rid of your cards. And there's got to be a reason for the cards. Oh, what's going to be on the cards though? Everything's banking on the floors right now. What's going to be on the cards? Because if you're just milling your cards into this system, then there doesn't have to be a whole lot of stuff on the cards itself. But there has to be either some limitations or some cost to play the card. I mean, already the cost is kind of just being on that floor on the water wheel. Let's keep going on this idea and maybe something will come to us. So far, I like this thought on the storage. I don't know what a grain in your stockpile means because we've got to get you victory points, right? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe there's something on the cards that's victory point related. Oh gosh, but then what's the point of having grain in a stockpile? What are you gonna do with it? Oh boy, we're getting so convoluted already. Let's just keep going. Okay, next, the hopper. What happens in the hopper? What happens in the hopper? Okay. Okay, so we're kind of, okay, I kind of overused some words. Storage and hopper are kind of the same thing. Shaft. It's the shaker then. was making this up on the fly that day, so forgive me. We're relearning. Okay, these are all the same thing, Steph. Okay, so how about... I don't mind storage and hopper. Pretty much the same, but still a little bit separate. Maybe instead of shaker, it's shaft. Do we really want to go there? How about we call it hay shaft? Or... this is the stone floor, right? What do we name these things? Storage, hopper, shaker, millstone. Okay, millstone's floor 4. So above the stone floor is what we're other. Okay. We're kind of making this up, honestly, to make this work. You know what? I'm fine with what we have, actually. And that's probably why I came up with it before. So, even though they're similar, and maybe we'll change it later, I still think this is a good way to start. What do we think of that, huh? Start messing with each other. For each card played on this floor, remove 1 grain from an opponent's stockpile. Right? It's kind of fun. And then shaker floor. Ooh, actually, hold on. Do we want to remove it? Just remove it? Or do we want to add it to our stockpile? Be diabolical. Add 1 grain to your stockpile from any opponent's existing stockpile. It's probably a better way to word that, but I think that gets the point across. Okay, so then shaker floor. We're moving away from grain, right? So for each card played on this floor, why do I keep adding D at the end of floor? Oh, we have an ad starting, so I'm gonna sit and stare at this for a second and try to think of how I want to word it. Oh, it starts in 3 minutes, so we're actually still okay. For each card played on this floor. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's... Well, I still like that concept, but... Maybe instead of for each card, it's... You may play 3 cards no. I know what I'm thinking here, but it's going to do the opposite, because I'm thinking play 3 cards and then spin the wheel, or put the wheel on a floor of your choice. But the point of the game is to get rid of all your cards, so that it's kind of a double advantage there. So actually, maybe on the storage and the hopper floors, you need to make that more expensive. Well, 1 for 1 makes sense, but maybe it's maybe it's 2 from the storage, 1 for the hopper because you're stealing. So it's like you get a little bang for your buck going storage versus stealing from somebody, but you still have the option to get grain if you're on the hopper floor. Add 2 grain to your stockpile for this one. And then add 1 grain to your stockpile from any opponent's stockpile. I feel like I'll put in the rules that obviously they have to have grain in their stockpile. You can't just steal from an empty stockpile, but you know, you gotta be clear in your rules. Okay. I'm not sure what we would use grain for yet. Either. Just want to borrow like a stock grain looking thing we can use real quick to just mock this in my head. This looks good. Like in the text box. Okay, cool. So it's like each player would have a stockpile of these, right? Oh, we got an ad running. I'm gonna chill for a second here. I'm liking where this is going. I can't picture in my head the point of the cards yet, or the grain that we've now incorporated into this concept. Obviously, there's got, like, if I'm going to use grain as some kind of currency. And we can think about what your actions, available actions would be on a turn, right? Alright, that ad break should be just about done. So I'm just gonna try to mock up a bit of a, like, grain icon, I guess, just to imagine this in my head. And I'm just doing this for reference because I want to imagine that these players have grain, right? So let's say make a copy. Let's copy, and then I want to, I guess maybe player, maybe not. Like player 1 has 5. Let's call it 6 grain. Okay. And then, like, and player 2's got some grain as well. Let's say they've got 2. No, they're player 2. Let's say they've got 3. Let's say player 3's money bags. Maybe he's got a bunch. He's got like 15. And let's say player 4 is just somewhere in the middle with everybody else. Maybe they've got 5. Oh. Okay. So thinking about turn actions, right? So now we're incorporating, we got these ideas, we've got grain as maybe some kind of currency. The floors are doing some kind of, you play here, you get something or do something. Right now we've got the idea of currency going on with the storage and the hopper. So maybe turn actions are like play. It can't be as many cards, right? For each card played on this floor. So you probably just go one at a time. So it could be like play a card on an active floor, right? Let's get back to that blue. Okay. Maybe one of the actions is so now the grain thing is catching me now, because now I'm like, well, if it's a grain, it's not flour. So maybe it's brains and wheels are turning. What do we do with this grain? What's the point of it, baby? Maybe it's discard a grain. Discard 1 grain to play an additional card. Turn, right? Something like that. If you're on the storage or the hopper floor, it's really only discarding cards to gain more grain, discarding grains to play cards to get more grain. But just a thought for now to get some ideas going. Maybe it's like discard five grain to move the water wheel to the next floor. Something like that. You're like, I'm not a fan of the shaker floor. I want to get on the sack floor. What are our victory points, right? Something in the sack floor. If we're thinking similar to viticulture, where when you make the wine, you then fill an order for a certain type of wine, and that gains you points. So maybe the idea is on the sack floor, you're playing a certain kind of card that is a victory point card. That would be difficult though, because the decks would have to be pre-built then. So it wouldn't be fair. There'd have to be another way to get victory point cards to put on the sack floor. Maybe that's where we come into play with this. Kind of like development cards in Settlers. Maybe instead of let's just put all the ideas here, right? Like discard 3 grain to draw from the orders deck or something. Orders deck. Or flower deck. Draw from the flower deck. And maybe you have to grind a certain number of grain or a certain type of grain to get that kind of flower. To then put your flower card on the sack floor. Okay. Let me write that out. Hold on. Certain type or number of grain cards. So the stockpile is gonna have to be something else because the grain has got to go through the mill, right? So the stockpile's got to be something else. We'll change that. But okay, certain type or number of grain cards. Need to hit the millstone floor to get type of flower. Flower deck is like orders to fill. So, okay. Okay. Separate so that I'm not just deleting them when I have to back up. Play a card on an active floor. Discard one grain to play an additional card this turn. Discard 3 grain to draw from the flower deck. I said deck with an E. Certain type or number of grain cards need to hit the millstone floor to get type of flower. Flower deck equals orders to fill. Okay. Discard 5 grain to move the water wheel to the next one. Okay. So I'm a little worried about this becoming almost too much like viticulture now. But that's where I'm getting a lot of this inspiration. It's not a problem. It's something I want to keep in mind. So it's not going to be grain, right? So we're thinking grain cards. So it's going to be something other than grain. Maybe it's like seeds. We're not growing it though. Stones. Catwalk, hoist. Workshop, water wheel. Ooh, maybe it's buckets of water. Or just water, period, right? Let's get a water icon. Just steal one for now. Something plain, that's not a big deal. I don't want that to be in. Oh, maybe I do. Can I do that like that? Oh no, it's not gonna let me do that. Okay, let's call it water. it to be in a text box. That's actually easier to put our numbers into as well. So let me drop that over here as a little icon. I don't remember who had what anymore, so we're sorry guys, you got different numbers now. Okay, so it's water instead of grain. We want to change the wording on here. Oh, let's just cut this out. Hello. Water smaller. And it was, we changed this to 2 to make it more worth it. In case you're gonna steal. Or maybe the stealing should be on the shaker floor, right? Like you're shaking them down. Oh, and maybe instead of stockpile, it should be whatever. We can change that later. It doesn't matter. Like water bucket or something. Okay. Oh, it still says grain. Wait, I didn't change the font. Why are you doing that? No. Dang it. Water. Oh, and it's supposed to be 2 water. Gosh darn it. I can't get it. I can't get it right. 2 water. To your stockpile. Then 1 water. Any. Let's change that wording later. I think that works for now. I wanted it to be on the shaker floor. Get it together. Note here. Okay. Okay, cool. I like these ideas. So and instead of like the number. Oh, we have an ad in progress. I'm gonna chill for a second. I'll just make this one change because it shouldn't be that regular barrel. Be the type of grain instead of the number. Okay. Or the type of flour is what we're thinking. let's wait for a minute here. Let those ads finish up. Oh, I'm looking a little chroma. Oh well, too bad. We're just gonna live with it today. Ain't nobody got time for that. I didn't see that come through. How did that happen?
Oh, snap.
Oh, it's just really quiet. Oh, and it's not on top of the... Oh, Stephanie. Da, 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 da. One more time.
Oh, snap.
Okay, it's actually decent sound, but I want to move these. These shouldn't be there. Down, 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 down. That looks better. It should be behind the labels too. Yep. That's better. Sorry about that. We weren't able to see the alerts earlier because they were behind what we're doing. But now they're there. So I played them again for you guys. Thank you very much, Tina and Illogical, for playing some sound alerts. Okay, so what we were thinking is now maybe it's different kinds of flour, but this is how we're, we're getting close to viticulture with the different kinds of wine. We're getting close to settlers with spending, a resource or a currency to get cards from a deck. So I just want to make sure that we're not, obviously that's the idea, is when you're making your first game, I'm certainly not smart enough to come up with some kind of cool new thing. I'm taking pieces from all these games that I already like to play and trying to, use them in a way that's fun and different in this game. So keep me honest if you notice anything that's like, that's exactly like blah 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 game. Let's talk about that. So I like the idea of having different flower cards. We have maybe a flower deck that we're using, right? Like, let's say, it's supposed to look kind of like a deck, right? Just so that kind of looks clear. And then if I can, transparent. Okay, cool. So that kind of, we've got a deck. That's just kind of what the flower, maybe it's semolina, maybe it's whole wheat, or I don't know what actually kind of flour there is. Should probably look those up. Cake flour, almond flour, spelt, stuff like that. Brown rice flour. I don't know how many different kinds we'll have, but. So then maybe every type of filling a semolina order is worth 4 victory points or something, right? So anybody can fill a semolina order for 4 victory points, but you have to have the card from the deck? Do you have to have the card from the deck? Or do you just have to have a certain number of the semolina put on the floor to get the victory points. So we would have like a reference card, right? We would have like a reference card that says probably the turn actions or whatever too, but maybe on the other side it's what's the other one? Almond. I like pastry or rising bread. Something like this where like everybody knows how many victory points you get per type of flour order you're filling on the sack floor. That's a lot of words. Trying to plop these ideas in my head is they're all over the place, you guys. How do we make them work together? Okay, so what do we do on the hopper floor? There's that D again, floored. Maybe it's just another way to get from the flower deck, right? Draw from the flower deck. Maybe that's the millstone, actually. For each card played on this floor, draw one card from the flower deck. So then maybe we have individual sacks for each player on the sack floor. Kind of sounds like we should. Why does it do that? It's so strange that it just changes changes the font. I didn't do nothing. I never did. Maybe that way it's like everyone has an idea of what you've got stacked down there. Originally, my idea was to have the cards be something that you played and then moved through the mill, you know, like the grain would come in here and then move down the floors. But I haven't figured out how that would work. Because for now, it makes sense to drop them into these other floors to get rid of them, and you're saving back the ones you need to put in your sack. Something like that. But I like the idea of having to play from the top floor and have the cards move down. But then the idea of like being the first to exhaust your deck, you know, like how do you define who's the first one to do it? Is it the first one to get all their cards into their sack? It would have to be, because once you played all your cards, you might still have some up here. And then if we're doing that, we're gonna need chutes for each player at that point. It wouldn't just be stack everybody's cards on the floor. We would need, just like this, how we have a sack for each player, we would need, you know, kind of like a chute for each player to be moving their cards through. And at that point, how does the wheel incorporate? Maybe the wheel is like moving the cards through a certain number of times. I don't know. It's hard to visualize that idea, especially now that we have these ideas for things for the floor to trigger, right? Where you're getting water that can do things. Maybe this is the hopper floor. And maybe the storage is also something to mess with your opponent, right? Like, for each card played on this floor. Make one. Make any opponent discard one. Oh, flower card or grain card? Is that what we're calling these? Grain card, flower card? Yeah, maybe it would be grain card, right? Grain. Is there a way to make the tech where there is? No, I can't move it because it's so small. Here as well. just say make for now. We know what it is. Add to the sack, whatever. Okay, so I guess the cards wouldn't have the VPs on them. They would just be whatever type of green they are. Or maybe they would, I don't know. And we've got this VP reference, but maybe they would. But I wouldn't want it to be confusing and have people think, oh, I have 4 Semolina on this card. It's like, no, the Semolina has 4 victory points at the end. So... it's our turn. Looking at our deck. Got Semolina, got all kinds of stuff in my hand. Well, let's just say it's a Semolina card. And we're on... Oh, we're in an ad. So let's wait for a minute while we think about that. Let's see, 40 so more seconds on the ad while we're thinking out this, how the turn might go. Okay, we should be back. Welcome back from that ad. So we're thinking about how this might work. So let's say that we have a Semolina card in our hands. And we're on the millstone floor. So we would play it here. And then draw from the deck. It's basically a way to mill right there. 1-for-1 milling on the millstone floor, which I like. Because you're holding your cards, it's almost like Go Fish in that way, where like you're holding back cards to make a certain number. Damn, how would this work? Do you need that many of that card? You need 1 wheat in your sack for it to count as 1 wheat. You need 2 rice in your sack for it to count as a rice order and be 2 VP. Something like that, you know? Oh. Because there'd have to be a reason for the victory points to be more expensive. And how do you know how many of these you need? Or you play them on your sack for victory points. Oh gosh, this is hard. Maybe instead of the floors on the wheel, it's the types of flower. So like you can only play. Let's think about this. Whoa. Okay. So if it's this way, instead of it being the floors, you can only play those types of cards. Can you play on any floor? Why not, right? So if it's a Semolina turn on the wheel and I have a Semolina card, I could play it knowing that Semolina is a high victory point. Hi, Will. Hello, what's going down? Welcome back. So since last week, we have an idea, a concept we're kind of playing with in Paint today because I'll probably move over to Dextrous in a few minutes here, but I wanted to try to test out the board feel and how it would look, and we couldn't find a good resource for making those kinds of things today because what I need to do is get Unity and get comfortable with making assets in Unity, and I didn't want to put you guys on stream through that, so we're kind of messing around in Paint today just to kind of get this concept that I had in front of us, and I'll go like a quick breakdown of what we've come up with so far. This is called the mill, and it's like a water mill, where you would, in the olden days, they would grind grain into, flour. So the idea that I had is similar to the concept of milling in a game like Magic, where the point of milling is to get cards out of your deck and into your graveyard. This idea is, getting all of your cards out of your hand or out of your deck first, with the idea that that's the milling concept, but it's also tied into this idea of making flour, kind of like how we were talking last week about games like viticulture, where there's a whole process of growing your grapes, mashing your grapes, turning those grapes into wine, and filling the wine orders. The idea that this is something that you have to go through to create the grain, or create the flour to then get the victory points for it. And the idea that the water wheel is something that turns and then dictates what's happening in the game at the moment. And then these ideas that what cards you play on different floors in the mill, if you play in the storage, the hopper, the shaker, or the millstone, something different happens, whether you do something to your opponent, or you add something to your own stockpile, or you draw up. The millstone is really like a 1-for-1 mill where you can play one, draw one. So I think that where we're at now is the idea of the wheel being the type of flour or the type of grain that you can use or play at the time. So say you've got all of these cards in your hand. You've got a mixture of wheat, rice, almond, semolina, pastry flour. Right now you can play the semolina cards. So you take your semolina card, it's your turn, you decide if you want to play it on which floor you're going to play it on to get whatever bonus you're trying to get. With the idea that you need to come up with this part, a certain number of semolina cards back to be able to play them in your sack later to win the victory points at the end. So I'm not sure how that would play in yet, if it's just having a certain number of semolina cards or if you need to have a card that's gone through each step. I don't know. I haven't gotten that concept worked out in my head just yet. But this is where we're at. Water as a resource for turning the wheel or doing other things such as drawing from the grain deck or moving the water wheel to another floor, things like that. So we've got all these ideas and concepts for how we would move these cards through the game. And that's where we're at today. We've been kind of putting this all out in front of us and playing with the ideas of what would go where and how would things interact. I really like this concept as something that's just basic that we can get out and try to play. It pulls a lot of ideas from viticulture, from settlers, with the way that you spend your resource or your currency on drawing from more decks or having affecting the game in some way. So yeah, I'm really liking the ideas. We just got to figure out how they would then mesh together. I would love to come up with a concept here the cards have to move through the floors. This is what I was saying earlier, where it's like in viticulture, you have to grow the grapes and then mash the grapes and then put the grapes into a wine bottle and then fill the order of wine bottles. It would be like you have to put the card in storage to scoot it down to the hopper, to then shake it into the whatever, shakes it down into the millstone, and then the millstone puts it into your sack, right? I haven't gotten this in my head yet of how the cards would move through, because that would eliminate the idea of having to have, you know, a certain number of the card. If you got your wheat card all the way through, you get a victory point. If you get a pastry card all the way through, you get 5. So how would that, you know, it's got to be easier to get the wheat card through the floors than it is to get the pastry card through the floors. How are they getting through the floors to begin with? Is the wheel involved? When you turn the wheel, do all the cards go through go down a floor? I don't know. Like, there's got to be a way to make that work, right? So I would love for that to be the thing. I would love for the cards to come in on the storage floor and get scooted down through the mill as if they were literally grain being crushed in the mill and put into your flour sack down here at the bottom. And if we were to do that, maybe it does make sense to have individual lanes for each player. You know, like we have 4 players here, you make 4 lanes. This is player 1's storage, this is player 2's hopper, this is player 3's shaker, and player 4's, or you know what I'm saying. Player 1 has 1 on each, player 2 has 1 on each, etc. Maybe that's the way to go. Originally, my idea was you're plopping them all on here so it becomes a stack. You don't know, if your card's gonna be on top or not. But that seems a little crazy. Can't figure that out yet. And if the wheel does it, you play on the storage. So let's say we've got, each person has their own lane. So I'm gonna play my Semolina card on storage. How do we get that card to get through the floors at a different speed than the wheat card? Maybe the wheel, maybe the wheel is a spinner. Instead of it being like a phase, right? Maybe the wheel is a spinner. And there's more available on the wheel for certain types of flour, right? So say, and maybe this is silly, maybe we just make the wedges a shape. We'd have to play test it. But maybe, it's like this one's the pastry, and then the rice, and then this, and they're all different sizes, and there's just like more available to get the wheat. And if you spin it and it lands on wheat, all the wheat cards move down 1. If you spin it and it lands on semolina, all the semolina cards move down 1. I don't know. It's a thought. It's a thought. Let me back this up. Okay. So let's see. Could we just make them sized that way? Actually, I guess I just put a new wheel up. Does it need to not be the same every turn, like spin again if it's the same as last turn? I guess it would depend on how we're going to use the wheel. I don't think it would necessarily have to be that way if you're spinning it and then moving a certain card down, because then I don't think it would matter if you spin it and hit wheat multiple times in a row. Then sure, the wheat cards get moved down. That's why they're worth one victory point and not 5 victory points, right? But if we're using the wheel the way I had thought before, where you can only play the cards that the wheel is on, then it probably wouldn't be a spin it. It would probably be like a just click it to the next slot. You know what I mean? Instead of a spin and land. Which was originally, this idea wasn't even the type of grain, it was the floor. We had these as the different floor names. So there was like storage, hopper, shaker, millstone, and sack on the wheel, and you could only play your cards on that floor if the wheel was on that floor. Which is why the turn actions actually says play a card on an active floor, because that's how we were originally planning it. But then I couldn't figure out playing on an active floor. That was when it was everybody's playing their cards on top of each other, and you're just trying to get your cards out of your hand, or your cards out of your deck, and there's no movement. You're not moving the cards through the floors. You're just emptying your cards into whatever active floor is there. So that was the concept before. And it was like everybody has their own deck. Now it's kind of moved to, well, maybe it's just the flower deck is one communal deck. Everyone draws from it, or the grain deck, and you can only play that type of grain if the wheel is on it. That's where this spot on the wheel was, and that would be like a click wheel. You click to the next one. So you click to the next one, and then you can play the rice cards in your hand, right? But then the idea we just had was, what if it's a spinner wheel instead? So if it was a spinner wheel instead, could we just say, you know, like, this much of the wheel is wheat, and like, this much of the wheel is rice, this much of the wheel is, we have to make it a little bit stretchier than this, but this much of the wheel is almond. And then even smaller, obviously, like, I can't, not mathing this out very well, but it would be like the smallest sections, right? Or would we have to do, you know, like if we say, then this is the wheat and the rice or whatever. Or do we have to have a lot of little pieces to make it even? Because this seems like, you know, depending on how you flick it, you know, at that point you could probably get it to land on wheat as many times as you want. So we would probably need it to be just tons of wedges, maybe of varying shapes. Like maybe the wheat wedges are still pretty large, right? And the semolina wedges are still kind of small, but there's like an equal number of them throughout, so that it's more fair. You could probably auto do this in like a, because I know you can make a spinner with as many different choices as you want and things like that in different apps. So we probably could automate this to make it fair. But that's the idea, is if this was going to be a spinner, you know, then maybe we put the spinner at the bottom instead of coming out of the house itself. I don't know. And then whatever you land on is the kind of card you can play. Oh no, if it was this, it would be those cards that are active in the mill house would move a floor down towards your sack, which I like. I like the idea of the cards moving through the floor. It takes away our ideas of, you know, for each card played on this floor, something happens, because then everyone would have to play on the storage floor first. But maybe instead of for each card played on this floor, it's something like you can choose to discard a grain card from this floor to get whatever benefit, you know? I don't know, it's a thought. Yeah, because I like the idea of the floors having a benefit. So that idea that we had of like, when you play the card on the floor, something happens. I like that. But obviously that doesn't work if our concept is going to be actually making flour start to finish with the grain and moving through the mill. Which I like more as a concept, but I don't know if I like more gameplay-wise. Originally this was just trying to be a really basic, first to get to the bottom of your deck, right? So that's the idea of just playing them on the floor. Just play as many cards as you want on that floor. You know, one by one. Each player plays one, next player plays one. It's not like you just play 5 at once, but the idea, that was how I was incorporating that originally. But yeah, the concept of it moving cards through the floors is really cool. And maybe instead of discarding something from the floor to get a benefit, maybe these things that we came up with can be things you spend your water on. You know, maybe there's an easier way to get water to spin the wheel. Or maybe something on the wheel instead of a grain card. No, you want it to be the grain card because that's the point. You want to be able to play your cards out. So if we start adding things to the wheel, Unless it's something just like one-off, like a, you know, like the robber. And, ooh, is this Kingdom Hearts? Yes. Love this lo-fi. I'm not sure. How would we, okay. So you could spend your water. You think spending the water is to turn the wheel. That's kind of the point was like throw your water to spin the wheel, right? But we had other discard for water. Discard water to draw from the deck. Discard water to play an additional card this turn. This is so interesting. Trying to figure out how to make this work when all you've got is words and drawings. Maybe we should hop over to Dextrous and make some cards. Because I know I want to play in Dextrous a little bit more today. And we'll probably do the same thing as last week where we round out the end of the stream playing a game. So maybe another hour or so before we're going to hop into that. So maybe we should just get into Dextrous, try to make some of these weak cards and try to visualize how some of these would look. Maybe there's a water deck, you know, like instead of, if we're going to go that way where the cards have to move through the floors, maybe instead of it being that you get water by playing on floors, there's a water deck you can draw from. I don't know. Let's move over to Dextrous and just play around. So these are our cards we did last time. Let's go look for, let's pop up Dextrous in another tab. Let's go look for some images we can use. We've got our sheet up. So let's say, probably not really going to use attack and defense in this particular game. But let's just leave them here for now. We'll just make them all zeros. And let's put in our cards, right? So we've got grains. We're gonna have 5 different kinds. Or maybe that's the type. Probably not gonna have categories either. It's probably gonna be one or the other, like grain or water. So maybe we just blank these out for now. And then let's say, what were our different flours we had? Wheat, rice, almond, semolina, pastry. I know those are really the type of flour as opposed to, I don't know what the grain specifically, right? But I think that's okay. Let's say maybe there's like 20 copies of wheat, 15 copies. No, maybe like 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, something like that, right? Sparse down the more expensive victory point ones. I guess we won't really use cost either for these cards, so we could just blank this for now. We might use cost for something else, but I think these are right. And then Okay. And then card icon and the card art. Maybe we'll leave the dark brown card art for now, just to like keep something going. But let's look for some kind of grain. Resources. And these are all stock images for non-commercial prototyping use included in Dextrous. Really, really cool. Please check out Dextrous if you have any interest in making prototypes for your games, because it is super awesome. I put a link in chat. It comes with so many resources to just get you started right off the bat, which is how we, in 2 streams, already have a concept and some card ideas. We would not be here without these resources from Dextrous and without Dave Jatelma's awesome videos. So I'm going to put Dave Jatelma back in the chat as well. Give him the follow over on YouTube. He has awesome resources for creators, toolkits, and all kinds of things. Templates. That's how we started with this last week in Dextrous, so go give him a follow for sure. All right, so I'm looking for some kind of like wheat or grain. Like I see these resources here, right? But a lot of it's looking kind of fruit, leaf. Okay. Oh, here, wheat. Literally, hello. Pay attention. Let's make a new folder. Let's call it The Mill, since that's our new concept game. Put that guy in there. Let's see if we can find water too. Something like it. Let's grab some of these similar ones. That might work for something for now. Let's look at some other ones. Let's look in the icons area. Nope. Nope. Super basic icons. Okay. Okay. Kind of resourcey. And like water. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna grab those 3. I like those. Scroll. Hold on. I scroll this side, not that side. Hold on. Aw, little wheel. Something that strikes the fancy. Anything striking us here? Ooh, scarecrow. There's water. Ooh, I like these. Oh, a little far. No, it doesn't look like grain, but I do like these that they match the water one. Maybe we'll use those for grains. Okay, there's some wheat. Some good looking wheat. monsters. Slugs. Monsters. Goblins. These are so cool. So neat that they let you use this stuff for prototyping. Just mock up your stuff. Make your own art or commission your own art if you're gonna do something commercial with it, but up until that point you can just mock up things with all this stuff. It's so cool. I love it. How neat. Ooh, some 8-bit stuff. Is there anything weedy in the 8-bit area? It's water. It's like we've got one or the other in these different... It's like we don't have a mixture in any one art style. It's okay though. It's just from mocking up anyway. Pretty neat though. Still very cool. Characters. Okay. Let's see if we can just move along with this. So let's say we want to use... This is our back. So we want to copy the path. Oh, the back. Right. So actually we want to put that in here. Somewhere. Edit card backs. There we go. Back image. I can't see it. We're a little zoomed in on our UI here. I'm trying to find a spot. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that was the back we were looking at. And go back to the layout. Okay. No, we don't actually want to edit the layout. We want to go back to... Edit card fronts. There we go. Okay. And we want this one to be their card fronts. Yes. So let's copy that. Put that in our card art. And then icon. Didn't really get a good icon for water. Shucks. Let's just pick one that didn't really match, I guess. Resource. Water. Not really. Blah, 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 blah. Terrain. We want it to be more like an icon. Simple. Water blob. That'll work. So then, water blob. Or wait, we're not on the water blob yet. We're on the wheat. Wheat. Okay. So then, can I tell it which card back I want it to have and just keep running in here with the water? Do I need to make a new component? So it does say like active cards, so maybe I can. It's back image, maybe? We call it card art. I don't know if we can do back image. Change the card back type in the component settings. Unique images. Yes. Yes. Okay, cool. So now we want we call it image. Looks like it. Image. And we want it to be this one. Whip. Okay, let's see if that worked. We also want to put the, did we already put the grain in there? Hello. Looks like I did. Yep, okay. All right, this is saved, okay. So we want to refresh our CSV. Make it so. All done. Okay, so that didn't work. Link this component to a CSV. So we want to use that same published link. Maybe instead of doing that, I'm going to grab it from here. Let's go to the fronts. CSV and copy and back to the card backs, like CSV import. There, it worked. It's warning us about all the other fields, but all the other fields are on the front, so that's okay. It pulled in the backs that we wanted. Let's go to the fronts. Bam! Look at that. So we have some things. Default text goes here, grain card, wheat, rice, almond. We probably want to just move some of these things around. And I don't know if we probably don't want this scroll here anymore. So let's edit the layout. So we don't really want... We don't want the costs anymore. Oh, we already hit those. Okay. We don't want... Is it... Okay. Category, card type. Card type maybe we put at the top or something like that. Off to the side, maybe we make an icon. And then card name. What does it look like? It's kind of like this. So maybe just like scrunched up on the bottom there. Card text is probably gonna look weird without a scroll or something, but let's just see how this looks first. Saved. Okay. So then back to our project. And how do we... Oh, it already did it. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're probably gonna need that something there to like make it legible. Let's do that in here. Let's put our backing back on. The name will be across the top instead of like category or whatever it was. That. Maybe we don't need the underline since it's on a scroll. Let's just hide it. Got our text. Let's hide the card type as well. And let's just see how this looks. Very basic, but let's just see how it looks. Save, back out. And oops, refresh. Okay. Yeah. Wheat card. Wheat grains to make wheat flour worth 1 VP at the end of the game. This is not worth 1 VP, but the wheat flour you make is. So maybe we need to just reword that a little bit. I'm not sure how I want to do that. Wheat grains to make wheat flour. Put sacked wheat flour is worth 1 VP at the end of the game. So can I add and enter a rep in here? Doing a shift isn't doing it. Ah, control. There we go. Oh, we don't need to do it like that. Oh no, go forward. Let's say we copy just this. No, I can just do it. Rice flour, and then sacked rice flour is worth 2 VP at the end of the game. Sacked almond flour is worth 3 VP at the end of the game. Sacked semolina flour. At the end of the game. worth 5 VP at the end of the game. Okay. Let's see how that looks. Didn't quite come through. Let's do it again. Sometimes it takes a minute for the changes in Google Sheets to get published to your published CSV that you're using, so just wait a minute and do it again. Wait a minute and do it again. There we go. Yeah. Maybe instead of this, let's take this out. Just add a space. Maybe that'll make it look a little nicer. Layout. Let's pop that line back in. It was like, maybe it'll be like right here. Let's see. Let's refresh. Okay. They're not all the same height and whatnot. Back to our layout. We want the text layout to be a little different. Align it at the top so everything has the same starting area, right? That'll do it. Yeah, look at that. And this one's got a little bit of a weird spacing going on. That's not as important. Squash it a little bit. Maybe that'll help it. Not enough. Squash it a little on each side. See how that goes. Now they all say, oh, not all of them. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to make it perfect for now. Instead of squashing it, I should just make the text a different size or something. Let's see if that does it. Game is still down here. But it has squish on, so maybe if I just make it bigger and then it'll squish it down. Fit. Come on, mama. Damn. One more again. The bigger dun dun. No, I think it's already squished. Okay. Fine. Actually, maybe we rename them. I like this idea. Wheat grains. And then over here, I'll just take front out. That might help scoot things a little bit. See how that goes. Yeah. Now the letters are a little big. Let's try that. text like a push down. It's getting cut off at the bottom. Fix that. There we go. That looks much better. Yeah, rice grains to make rice flour. Sacked rice flour is worth 2 VP at the end of the game. So maybe, wishful thinking, maybe the back of the cards are flour. Like you flip it over to indicate you've turned it into flour when you put it in your sack. And the back says wheat flour or sacked wheat flour. And you just put it down in your sack. I don't know. Just a thought. Future reference. Let's try to add water. Maybe they are all called water, but they have different icons. Like maybe there's 10 of them. Whoop. Oh, that's 11. And then do the same thing where it's like 30, 27, 25, 20, 17, 15, 12, 10. It's probably gonna be way less than that, right? Like maybe there's only 4 of these. Oh, add in progress. Don't mind me, I'll just slow math some of these. That'll be a lot of cards, actually. Well, that's okay. Oh, no. Yeah, maybe something like that. And then spread these out between the much lower numbers, so there's a lot less. Like that looks cool. There's plenty of 1, 2, and 3 waters, but then less and less of the higher waters, right? So then this would be a water card. Add 1 water to your bucket. Why not? Do it for me. Something like that. Water icon. And the art. This one. And the back. This one. Okay. And then maybe the cost icon we can, or cost field we can use for this. Let's go back to our layout. Let's put that. Oh, the costs are still here. Oh, we turned the text off. Where is it? Right there. Put it like right in the middle at the top or something. And then we want just plain numbers, if that's a thing. Are there numbers? Yes. 1 through 10, that'll work. Here, on this little... Are there white ones? Yeah, perfect. Let's snatch these. And we'll put them in our folder. We want tag number 1 to be our cost. Here it is, cost. And then if they're all named the same, let's check number 10. Let's just rename them all. Hopefully that'll work. Okay, let's see if that worked. All the water cards, let's see what they look like. Should be saved. Let's refresh. Whoa! Oh my gosh, they're so small and so cute. So let's go back to our layout. Cost, bigger. And down here, kind of like right on the top of our icon. Right on his little face. And then we just want to drop the descriptions down. Maybe like 3. So like control enter twice. Let's see if that'll do it. Okay. I also want to maybe drop the card text size a little bit. It does look a little silly now that the other one is there. Let's see how that goes. Refresh us, baby. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't... You know what we probably need since it's not dropping them? We probably need a... We need like a Unicode blank to put in there so that it thinks there's something there. This guy. Just a blank icon. Let's drop that in our spaces here. So, top, home, delete. Let me add that twice. Wait, no. Delete. Okay, so then add 1, control enter, add 1, control enter. We'll see if that works. It did. Look at that, baby! A blank Unicode space did exactly what we needed. Oh, it did it for all of them. Or maybe we didn't actually need it and it hadn't updated yet. Because I didn't do it to the other ones and the other ones are working now. So hold on, let me actually go back to how it was. Maybe we don't need the Unicode spaces. Okay. And then we want to fix that little bubble number. sitting kind of off to the side right of his face. Left and up. Let's try that. See how that works. Oh, I guess I could stay in there because it's doing it right when I do it. Left maybe like 2 notches. Yeah, you gotta exit for it to catch it. Okay. So maybe right 1 notch now. Let's try that. Yeah. A drop bigger. Just a touch bigger. Out. Yeah. Out to the left 1 more notch. This is the stuff I can't get caught up on. Move it along, dames. Alright. Pretty cool. So let's see if our backs worked. We got the fronts are looking great. The water is there. We can see how many cards for each thing we've added. Let's look at the backs. Oh, see, these didn't pull in. Why not? Did I not put him in? I did. What happened? Oh, do I need to relink it? Need to relink it. Da 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 da. Now we've got card backs. Da 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 da. Long time, first time. Just wanted to say I love the stream and what you're doing. Keep up the great work and fun content. Thanks, Kyle. Welcome back. We're having a good time. If you're still here, maybe another 10-15 minutes. I'm gonna kind of recap everything we've done, look at what our concept game looks like, and then we'll hop in and play a little Splendor. I think we're gonna play Splendor today. But thanks for coming in. It's so nice to see you again. Oh, I still have that content thing on from earlier, huh? When we were watching YouTubes. Let's turn that off. Okay. So yeah, we got our card backs to drop in. We've got grains and waters. The fronts again. Wheat, rice, almond, semolina, pastry. And then our 1 through 10 water cards. Pretty cool. I'm loving it. I think it looks neat. This actually may be a good time to talk about what we've done today, because I don't know how much more we can do in Dextrous without starting down a whole new path. So let's go back to our crude paint and talk about where we've come and been today. This is our concept we've been talking about today with the mill, essentially like a grain mill, water mill, where this is either going to be some kind of spinner action, or it's going to be a phase indicator that tells us what phase of cards we're playing on at the moment. And as you play your cards, we're doing things like take one of your cards, your grain, your wheat, your rice, your almond, your semolina, or your pastry, whatever you got in your hand, and the wheel is currently on semolina, so you can only play semolina cards right now, and you got to put your semolina cards on whichever floor you want to get a bonus from. And the different bonuses, like for each card played on this floor, make any opponent discard 1 grain card out of their hand, or each card played on this floor add 2 water to your stock part. I'm going to change that to bucket, 2 water to your bucket. We've changed that since we've been in paint today. Or for each card played on this floor, add 1 water to your bucket from any opponent's bucket, so steal water from somebody. Or for each card played on this floor, draw 1 card from the grain deck. And basically the millstone is a 1-for-1 mill option where you can dump your cards to pull more cards from the grain deck. And then your sack at the bottom here, when you get your card down into the sack and you've got your your stacked grain, it turns into the victory points over here. We haven't figured out how to make that work just yet, because right now the concept is you're playing your cards on the floor and getting a bonus. Whereas maybe we need to shift the way the game works to everyone plays their card on the storage floor, and the wheel turns and moves your card down to the hopper floor, down to the shaker floor, down to the millstone, down into your sack, so that it feels like a full movement of making your grain into flour. But if we go that route, then we're going to remove our different abilities that you would get by playing the cards on the different floors. Maybe we would make another deck. We've got a flour or a grain deck and a water deck. Maybe we need an action deck, and the action deck does things like this, play different things. It would be cool if we could, because this is supposed to be a milling game where you're trying to get to the bottom of your deck or spend all of your cards. Maybe the action deck gives you permanent abilities. So maybe instead of an action deck, maybe it's an abilities deck, and something you get out of it is draw an additional card every turn. So now instead of drawing one every turn, you're drawing two. Or, the same things we have here where you can add to your water bucket, steal from your opponent's water bucket. Maybe they're one-shot cards as well as permanent cards that you can do each turn. But there's lots of great ideas in there and how we could make an additional deck of things to move this along. I do like the idea, if we're going to play cards directly into the floors, that instead of this being the grain type, maybe it's the floor. So maybe you can only play on the storage floor right now. Maybe you can only play on the shaker floor right now. So no matter what cards you're playing, you gotta dump them into that floor that this wheel is on. We also played with the idea of, is the wheel static and you click it once to go to the next phase? Or do we make it more of a spinner wheel where we've got multiple options in there that are weighted differently, so that maybe the spinner wheel, it's easier for it to land on wheat. You move your wheat cards through the mill faster because they're only worth 1 point. And there's very few small little thin wedges for the pastry, so that your pastry cards only move through the mill so fast because they're worth 5 points. So we played with a lot of these different ideas today. Not sure where we're going to go with it. I'm really happy with how far we've come. We didn't have any of this laid out today. We just jumped in Paint and started dropping things out from my ridiculous hand drawings that I did last Thursday night after last stream. So I'm just loving it. I'm loving how far we've come with the idea, just by getting it on the computer in front of us, something we can look at. I know playing in Paint is silly, making this card and moving it around to visualize, but honestly, I'm loving it. Until we have something that we can actually play test and move around in Tabletop Simulator, this is probably where we're going to be, scuffed as all get out, but that's okay. And I'm really stoked, and I'm stoked that we were able to translate what we did in Paint today over into Dextrous with our grain cards and our water cards, and that we learned that Dextrous is really deck making, tabletop prototyping. There's tokens and tiles that you can make in here as well, but for our particular game, for the mill, where we want to make the actual board of the mill and this wheel, whether it's going to be a free spin or a click to the next phase, those are things we'd have to make in Unity that we can then import into Tabletop Simulator. So maybe Unity is where we're going to go next week, and we'll play with trying to animate the wheel and make this mill floors, and maybe we'll play in Unity next week. I think that would be a great way to go. So we've got an ad break coming in here in just a few seconds. I'm going to switch to BRB, get ready to play a board game while we close out stream. Don't go anywhere. We've got another hour. See you after the ad. from the ad break. So, Tabletop Thursdays, we had a good 3 hours, well, almost 3 hours, creating our game and getting farther than we did last week. I'm super stoked about where we got, but we're gonna round out like we're doing on every Thursday right now, playing a board game so that we can get some inspiration, get a feel for some different rule sets and concepts, and hopefully bring that into our concepts as we go forward. I don't want this, I want this to go on forever. I want us to make board games forever. So let's play Splendor today. Have you guys heard of Splendor? It's a great game. Turn off the music so we can keep listening to our free lo-fi, DMCA free. Not that I don't love the music in Splendor. But yeah, let's pop over to the kitchen. Oh, we've still got some of our stuff up. Hello. Hello. Oops, that's not what I'm looking at here. Hello. Hello. Where is that? Oh, I'm just showing you my Twitch screen. Hello. There it is. Found it. Sorry about that. You got a little insider info into my stream there. Okay. Let's find our game. We are looking for this one. Yeah, Splendor. I love this game. This is a great feel to the pieces in this game. It's, there's tiles and gems that have like a poker chip feel to them. And it's kind of similar to some other games we talked about, like Golem, where you're kind of creating your own little market. One of the cool things about Splendor is that you can't really mess with other people's things, other than that there is a big board you're drafting from and you could potentially take something they were eyeing. But you're really creating kind of, or the same with the chips as well, the gems, is that the gems are limited. So you can kind of run out of how many gems there are if you're trying to get a certain color. But mostly you're trying to create your own little market, that these gems that you've acquired that give you more gems in the future, and then the gems that you get from the bank, the shared pool bank, you use to then buy more gems. It's just like that, right? Let's play. Let's look at it. Let's talk about it. Let's just play offline for now. Oh, there's a rename myself here. Hello. Random behavior all sounds good, because then we're just, who knows what they're gonna do. Splendor is fun. I've tried the Splendor expansion. It has like 5 optional expansion modules, and I didn't like them more than the base. I've played Marvel Splendor too, which is fun. Very cool. I don't think I've played any Splendor expansions. I own Splendor, the physical game, but I haven't gotten any expansions for it. So I also checked that out, but I love the base game. It's a regular in my friend group that gets pulled out because it's just it's a nice quick shot where I guess it can take a little bit of time if you're playing with a lot of people and you're thinking about your strategy, but mostly it's a pretty quick game. You are not the first player, you're in position 4. Okay, so I'm last. So here's our board that everybody can draw from. The bottom left is how much it costs to play them. When you play them, they end up in your tray, like kind of in your battlefield or on your board, whatever you want to call it. But one of the cool things you can do is if you're eyeing one that looks good that you want to do in the future, you can reserve it and get yourself a gold gem, which is basically a wild. You can use it as any one other color. So I like the ones that give you a lot of points for an easy amount of gems. So I know a lot of people think this is to each their own. I like to play single colors. It sounds crazy, especially when you're playing with 4 people. But long run, I feel like I can bring this bad boy out, maybe even this one if I'm worried about it. But I'm gonna start with this. I'm gonna put away this 3 red gem that's gonna cost me 6 straight up reds later. And I'm gonna get I'm gonna get a gold wild gem to hold it. And then I'll end my turn. I can see that there's still 7 reds on this stack over here. And one of the ways you play your turn is you pull gems from these stacks, and you can either pull 3 at a time by pulling 3 different colors, or 2 at a time by pulling 2 of the same color. But you can only do that 2 of the same color if there's think it's more than half available in the stack. Right now, it looks like we're good. I'm gonna do the 2 reds because there were enough for me to snatch it. Now I get to just keep these 2 reds in my pocket until I use them. You can only have up to 10 gems in your little tray down here, but the cards that you play, like that 3 red that we snagged, it'll be worth 1 red gem persistently when I have it played on my board. So if I had already played it, it would be visible here, and I would actually have 3 red gems available to me because I would have the 1 from this card and the 2 in my slot. This 3 in the top left, that's actually victory points, which is the reason I like these cards. The victory points, I know you need to play these bottom rows of cards that don't have any victory points to try to get something in your tray just to give you access to more gems, because there's only so many gems here in the pool. So once, as you can see, all of these people, here, let me turn this on. All of these people have these in their stack right now. So this is where all of the pooled bank gems have been distributed. And mine, I've got, 2 reds and 1 gold. That's all I've got right now. So realistically, to get to this 6 red that I want, I'm probably gonna need one like this down here in the bottom left with this just straight up red gem on it so that I'll already have a red in my bank, right? So I'm not a huge fan of playing cards with no victory points. I'm usually of the one where I want to play all victory points all day. But you got to strategize based on what's available to you and how many players you're playing with. That strategy can work really well with 2 or 3 players, but might be really hard with 4 players. So today, I'm gonna go a little out of my element, and I'm gonna aim for this one without stealing it. So I know I need green, white, brown, and blue, and I can only take 3, and I know I need red. So I'm definitely gonna take a red. Then let's take a green and a white, since that's the top 2 we need on that card. And then hopefully nobody else snatches it. Oh, look at that! Like it's scripted! He snatched it. Mr. or Mrs. Blue Royal up here stole the card we were just talking about. So now I can't actually do what I was planning on, which is something I don't like. So I've backed myself in with these 2 extra ones I don't need, but I did get my extra red. So let's move forward. I don't want to explain every move I'm doing to you guys. I think you'll kind of see as we go. Base is great on its own. No need for expansion. I agree. I love the base game. All right, so I'm still trying to get these reds, right? And I can see there's some sitting right here in the tray. I'm gonna steal that one for sure. And then what else is out? Okay, there's no other reds for me to grab that I could get to kind of support my current cause of getting 6 reds. I've already got white and green chilling, so maybe I'll just take another white and green. We're getting up to 6 out of 10, so I gotta keep an eye on how much I'm at. But look, I've already got 5 of the 6 reds that I need because I've got 4 straight up red gems and the 1 gold gem. So right now, might actually be a good play is reserve another card that I could try to go for in the future to get that extra gold piece, and bam, I've got a 3 red out on the field in the first 5 turns, 6 turns. And we're at 9 out of 10 actually, 9 out of 10 tokens, so I really, or gems, so I really only can take 1 more. You can technically take all 3, but then you have to immediately return down to 10. So you could cycle through, like if I was able to get more reds, I could grab the reds and discard the whites or the greens. But since that's obviously not an option, we don't have any reds up there, I'm gonna do that plan I mentioned. I'm gonna snatch something I think I wanna go for. Maybe this 2-5, I love the easy single colors, right? I'm gonna snatch that 2-5, get the gold wild. And now I'm at 10 out of 10 gems, but next turn, I've got 4 reds and 2 wilds. I can play my 6 red out of my reserved cards down here. And you can reserve up to 3. You can have 3 reserved cards in your hand. But gold, you can stack the gold. If I don't need to spend that gold and play a card out of there, that's fine. And I can just keep collecting the gold as much as is available on the board, obviously. But you can only reserve up to 3 cards in your hand. So if you go reserve crazy and spend your gold and you need some more gold, but you got 3 cards down here, you're SOL. You're not gonna be able to get another gold until you spend one of your cards out of your reserve. So I'm gonna do what we said. I'm gonna bring out this big boy 3 red. Love it, love to see it. And now you see I've got that 1 red card in my tray. That means I always have 1 red gem that I can spend every turn. The card doesn't disappear, it's permanent, it sits there. And it's the way you get up to these bigger ones where you need to collect so many gems. Like, how are you gonna get 7 of a certain color when there's 4 people collecting all these colors, right? That's how. So we've got this 2 green for 5, but green is popular right now. There's not a lot of green. I can this guy down here, but I don't have these colors. I can play this for free, or not for free. I've already got the 2 white and the 2 green, so I could play this guy just to get a chocolate out. I think it's black diamonds, but my friends, we all call it chocolate for some reason. So, what should we do here? What should we do here? Do we just buy that up and get back to scratch? Well, we've already got 2 green gems in our pocket. Maybe we don't want to spend that. What can we go towards? Blue? Green, red, and white? We want to save green. We're saving green for this guy. So yeah, maybe... Damn, I could just grab 2 more red. Bam, bam, red right there. And then I'd have 3 reds sitting for something else. Ooh, tempting, tempting. No, let's just do 1 of each. Get a spread going. Okay, now we're kind of pigeonholed. Everybody's got lots of gems in their tray. There's only 2 reds out and then golds out. So we could play this chocolate that's still available to us, reserve a card to get a gold, which is not a bad plan. Love me a nice 3/6, you know I do. But we're gonna have a red and a green out. So thinking about having a red and a green out to play. Also, I didn't even mention, these guys out over here on the right side of the board, these square tiles, these are like, sheesh, welcome back, Illogical. These tiles on the right are like bonus points, and whoever gets to the goal first gets them. There's no like fighting over who's gonna get it. The first person to play the required cards gets it. So you can see this top one, the first person to have 4 white cards, that's why it's the square shape, and 4 blue cards will get that top guy for 3 points at the end of the, or for 3 victory points worth at the end of the game. I only have 1 red card out here right now, so I kind of see I can go towards either of these guys with the 3 piles. But this is just something to keep in mind as you play. You know, have I already played a bunch of these? This is also a good reason to play the cheap ones at the bottom where they're not necessarily worth victory points, because it just adds to that stockpile to get you closer to these bonus cards. There's got to be a word for them. Challenge, whatever they are. So something to keep in mind when you're racing these other people to it. We can see that, you know, the top player has 1 white card and 1 red card. So we can see what people have and kind of see who we're racing. You know what I mean? But let's just scoop this chocolate one. Get some gems back in the pool. Let's see what these other guys are gonna do. We gotta get some access to more gems here. Ooh, okay. So I love me a bottom row with a victory point. Love me this card right here. In fact, I love it so much, I'm gonna reserve it for a gold piece. Because getting to 4 chocolate won't be very difficult. And I could use that gold piece for my 5 green that I've already saved down here. Let's do that. All right, Sleepy Stardew. I love you, but I need some more upbeat on my lo-fi. This is Shane's theme. This is still Stardew, but this song is a little happier. All right. Got lots of greens back. Maybe it's time to shoot our shot and steal 2 off the top of the pile there, because we don't have any chocolates to grab, which is the other thing we're going for. So let's steal 2 off the top of that green pile. Get us closer to our 5 that we need for the one that's reserved. Okay, and now we've got some chocolate back in the resource pool here. Beautiful. So I'm thinking we need another green. Need a chocolate. What else do we need? A red or a blue, since that's what we're already kind of stocking down here. What looks nice? I see a lot of blue. Oh, I see a decent amount of red. Let's just go blue. Keep it even. We've already got 2 red chilling with our 1 from the card and 1 in the gem. So I'm at 4 for the greens. I only need 1 more to get where I'm at for the greens. Technically, I already have the 4 chocolate. But what we're gonna do, we've got 9 out of 10. So I'm gonna overdraw and discard because I want a green and a chocolate right now. I sure do. But I'm basically gonna put back the white, and then I'm gonna need to put back 2 more because I'll be way over. So put back the white, or no, just 1 more. The blue. Yeah. Oh, we got an ad going. Sorry. I'll let the computers play and then I'll wait on my turn for the ad to finish. In fact, let's take this moment to find better music. Sorry, Stardew. I love you. I love playing you. But I want something more upbeat, please. Okay. The Nintendo Wii Sports stuff in lo-fi. I could get behind that. 40 more seconds to get to the end of the ads. Oh, hell yeah! Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. I feel bad for anybody missing this watching the ads, actually. Missing a Wii Sports Jam sesh. Welcome back from the ad break. Okay, so here we are. We have our 5 green, so I'm gonna do it. Boom. Boom, baby. Oh man, that first player at 5 points already is keeping us on our toes though. Get out of here with your 5 points. I'm supposed to be in the lead. Okay, so we still have enough chocolate too to play this right out of the pocket. Let's do it. Yeah, man. Synergy. Synergy. All right, so we've got chocolate, red, and green. Look at that. Chocolate, red, and green right here on this number 3. If we can keep those 3 colors up, I think we can snatch this guy. Who's close? Oh, wait, no, this guy's even closer. Oh, player 2 is gonna get that one if I don't hurry my butt up. Okay, fair enough. I love me a 2 red with a 5 chocolate. I don't have any high reds either, though. Shucks a bee. Oh. Maybe I should snatch this. I'll be able to play it next round. I don't want to spend the gold on it though, so I'll probably wait 1 extra round. Dang. I was gonna snatch that green if somebody didn't. Alright, so we need a red. Damn, all the reds are gone! Penis! Am I allowed to say that? Shucks. I didn't really want to hold this, and I don't want to play a gold on it. Okay. Let's get 2 chocolate off the top and see if we can race to this one. Maybe we can get there. So right now we got 4, so technically I only need 1 more round. Somebody play a red. Let me steal a red and a chocolate. No, I need that chocolate. Okay, okay, he played chocolates. Oh, but he stole it! That's the one he took! Oh no, that's the one we wanted. Shucks. So you can see why I don't like going for cards without reserving them. You put yourself at risk to just having stuff in your tray you don't need. Crap. Crap cookies. Can't believe there's really no white, black, or red that's like kind of gettable for now. Maybe we reserve this guy. Hope for someone to play reds. No! Ooh, I love me a 1 on the bottom row. We gotta hurry it up. They're gonna start playing points ahead of us here. Okay, let's see. There's no reds out. I have enough to do that. Not to do that. Okay, so, let's keep going on the chocolate. Let's go chocolate, green, there's no red. So, blue or white, blue or white? Blue. Now we're getting close to our limit, 9 out of 10. See, now we're tied at points. I knew this was gonna happen. We gotta play points, we gotta play points. There's reds, okay. There's 1 red. I feel like I have to take it now. I'm gonna take the red, the green, and put back a blue. Yes! That looks nice. Oh no, that was big points. Oh no, they reserved it. Still, they reserved a big points card. Oh, we gotta get ahead of this. Okay. Let's look at the board. Ooh, we can play this 3-er right here. I know I was trying to get to some of the other ones, but I think this is more important. Play this one. Yeah. No reserve, just play it. 9 points. And we're trying to get to 15 points. First to 15 triggers the last round, and everyone gets equal turns, I think is how it works. Is it everyone gets equal turns, or everyone gets 1 more turn? I think everyone gets equal turns. So I went last. So if I end the game, it should end the... Like, if I play a card that gives me 15 points, it should end the game. Or maybe it gives everyone 1 more turn. I can't remember if it's equal turns or 1 more turn. We'll have to just see what happens. Okay. So I could play this. That'll get me to 3 on the black cards. I'd rather play this one because it has points. I've got 4 of the green and 3 of the red. I just need 1 green to play that card. So hell yeah. 1 green. What else is out? There's some blues. I don't have much blue base though. Maybe I take the red, try to go for that 4-7 up top. I'll just go classic, yeah. Now I can play that 2 next time, but maybe I should reserve that 4. Ah! Nobody took it. He's got 3 reds. He's got 5 reds. I'm gonna take it. I don't want to lose you. It's gonna be hard though, because we're gonna need red cards. Gotta get some red cards out on this table. Got 4, 5. I only need 2 more. God, should I just stay here? Drag it out? Oh my god, I can scoop this 6 right here. Scoop, scoop. See, it's so fluid. It's like, I got plans, but it doesn't matter. You gotta stay on your toes. So I've still got the reds I need for the other cards. Oh, and there's a red. Can't reserve it though. See, now I backed myself into that corner. I can't reserve anymore. I can't get any more golds. So I should probably play this just to free up my spot. But I feel like we're really racing to the end here. I'm afraid to take a turn that's kind of like a waste on points. So let me think this through. I got 4 out of the 7 reds I would need for that 4 card. I need 2 more greens for that middle card. Red, green. Can't take 2 greens right now, can I? Oh, I can! That only puts me at 14, though. It gets that card out. I'm gonna do it. It gets that card out. Eee, that might have been a bad move. Oh, it's a race. Okay, we're still in the same place we were in points-wise. Nobody jumped ahead. I still think it's worth it to play this, but it only gives us a chocolate. It doesn't get us closer to the red goal. So I'm afraid to give up the 4 reds I have. No, we should do it. Let's get it out. 14. Now we just need 1 point. So as much as it'd be nice to go for that 4, really we just need to focus in on getting that last point. If I can get 2 red cards on the stack, I'd get that 3 on the side, but that's not really an option right now. Crap. I can reserve now. So let's see, I've got 4 chocolate, 3 green. Nothing really aligns with that. Got this 1 white, or 4 white for a 1 red. Crap. There's 7 whites out right now. I just don't think we'll get there in time. I think the game's gonna end before that. There's other this card is an option too. I'm gonna go for it. We're going for it. Don't play any points. Don't play any points. He's gonna. Oh, he did it! Okay. Okay. Can I take 2 more? Okay, so 4 in the stack is all you need for this. So now I just need nobody to take it. By next turn. Don't do it, you shit bitch. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right. So now we find out, are they going to get another round and potentially beat our 15 points? Yes, they are. Oh, no, they're not. Okay, so it is equal turns. Cool. Sweet. Oh, we beat our previous score, too. How fun. All right. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. I like when they're random. Just click a little slower. Come on now. Oh, I probably should have changed my category. Is Splendor an option? Splendor? It is! I love that. I don't know if it's an option on... Yeah, it's not. I don't think anyway. Let's see. I talk out of something I don't know. Can I do this while it's can I? This one? No, this one? No, this one? Oh, here it is. Gaming. Splendor. Yeah, save. There we go. All right. Let's snooze these ads for a little longer. Get into this next game. Okay. What do we have on our board? I like me a 3 chocolate for 6. Let's do it. Okay, I want the chocolate. Give me the chocolate. Maybe I should look at some of these colors here because we're getting spread thin. So some of these other colors to get some of these chocolates out would be good. Chocolate, green, white. This lo-fi that's on right now is reminding me of an EDM artist I used to really like. Black Mill? Very like, just kind of chill wave with these little vocals in the background. I feel like Black Mill was pretty popular about 15 years ago, maybe 10 years ago. All right, so we need more chocolate. We got hot chocolate. And let's see what else. Maybe a green and a red to get this guy. Now we're already at 5 that we need. We're already at the 5. We've got 4 in our hand and 1 wild with the gold. So if we can get this guy out next turn, which looks like we will if this next guy doesn't scoop it. Don't scoop it. Yes. We'll be able to play our 3 on the next round. Damn, baby. Quick shot to the first one. I feel like that's why I always love to grab one of these, like just get one color off the bat and get some points on the board. It's almost always the first card I pull because I feel like in the beginning it's the easiest to get that quick stack where you can pull 2 off the top. So I love grabbing those off the beginning. And now we're just smacked in 3 points ahead of everybody right off the bat. Let's see, we got 2 options for chocolate cards. 4 white, 4 chocolate, or 3 white, 3 blue, and 3 chocolate. So let's see what we got. Here's another chocolate right here. We could reservo. If this guy doesn't take it, he doesn't. Let's do it. I like reserving them so we don't get disappointed. We'll try to pull in some blue. This guy would be good for that too. Although all the reds are gone. I might take it though. If somebody doesn't take it, I might take it. I bet Top Guy will be pissed. He's got 4 reds sitting right in his pocket he'd love to use. Too bad, buddy, it's mine. All right, so now I just need some blues and some reds, which are not out. Oh, here we go. Some blues and some reds. And do we go chocolate for good measure? Yeah, I see this guy's sitting here pretty. Can you guys see my mouse? Oh, you can. Okay, good. I probably should have checked that. I've been doing this all over the board this whole time. Alright, we need more blue and red, but there is nothing out. So, of course, our hand here, we can't take 2 from this because there's got to be 4. So let's reserve another card, I guess. Do we reserve this bad boy? I mean, we could just play it right now. Let's just play it. We've got the stuff available. We're not going to need these golds for these 2 cards. Let's scoop it. Damn, baby. And we're already at 5 victory points. Hello? Hello, competitors? Hello, challenge me? Okay. Blue and red are still our focus. There's no blue out. There's definitely red. Let's do chocolate for good measure and just pick another color. What looks good? We got a lot of blues out, it looks like. Speckles of white and green. Maybe green. Looks like a lot of green. Up, 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 green. Yeah. Spread the colors around. Okay. Yes. Reds and blues. Reds and blues. Oh, we got some points on the board. I gotta keep an eye out. Alright, so that'll give us enough reds for one of the cards in our pocket. On the way to the blue. That also puts us at 8 gems, so... I mean, chocolate? Are we going wrong with chocolate here? I don't think we are. I see plenty out still.
When it's cold outside, I imagine
Thank you, Nara Parks, for this DMCA free beats.
when it's rain, take me out and I miss you.
Probably, can I do one of these? Yeah, here's this. Well, that takes you to this song. Can I go to...
Those were carefree times for the long backyard.
Here we go.
Ran away like how was the old
Nice shot. Being to artist. There you go. Check them out. This is some great jams. Okay, what am I looking at? Okay. We are ready to play the red. Let's do it. Bam! I mean, technically it's a blue card, but it cost us red. And now we have a blue card in our pocket to play the chocolate from before. We're gonna need another blue or a gold or one of the blue cards. Can we scoop one of these cards? Ooh, we could play this one. We have the chocolate. We have the technology. Bam. And now we've got 4 blue to play this guy next round. We are running ahead 6 to 2 to 1 to 0. Hello? Rivals? Damn, baby! Alright, what are we looking at over here? We've got chocolate, red, and blue. No real combos over there for that. This says chocolate, blue, and white, but I have not seen many white cards out. There's actually a lot of white. 3 of these royal cards, or royalty, whatever these cards are called, have white on them, and we've not seen much white out. The white that we have seen has been snatched up by these guys. Only three white cards, so... Where should we go then? We just need points. We got lots of access to chocolate. Some access to blue and red. Oh, and we've got an ad running. So let's just sit here and think for a second. Meow. Perhaps blue. Maybe we should go for this guy, I'm thinking. Because we have 2 already in our stash. We'll get a gold reserving. We've got 3 slots for reserving right now. Yeah. Probably not. It's touched. Okay. Chrome extension. Let's see. Let's see if that works. What does this say? Let's see if this works. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm not seeing how to. This? Oh, yes. Hi, Bubba. My cat's coming to say hi. That's right. That keyboard is there. Oh, you can, Bubba. Yeah, you can. Come here. Okay. Maybe he'll change his mind then. Okay. Okay. Dun, da, 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 da. Yeah, huh. Nope, just the numbers, just the numbers, please. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They type it from the thing. That's silly. Is the one displayed in the? Okay. Ah, yes, this one. Done. What? This one? Oh, that's the overlay. Yeah, I don't understand that part. Huh. Oh well. Okay. And then this goes in. Ins- okay. Well, maybe we'll just have to deal with that later. Uh, okay. Yeah, well, we'll mess with that later. Okay. So, love to reserve maybe this one because I'm already going towards the blues. And if we had any white cards, we'd end up going towards this, so let's do that. Ooh, there's a white card. It's expensive, though. Blues, reds, and whites. Ooh, I like this one a little better. I'll reserve him. Yeah, we already got the chocolate. Now we just need blues and reds, like earlier. So... Ooh. Leave me some blue and red. Please, please. Thank you. Oh, okay. Could actually take 2 off the top of the blue stack. Now we're only 1 away. Actually, we could play this one next time if we use one of the golds. But we do still need reds, so it's, maybe I should just snatch them. Save the golds for the other one. Red, blue. Already got the chocolate for that, so maybe white. Okay. We got this, so let's play this. Get it out of the hand. Got this guy crouching up on us. Oh, goodness! I'm like 1 red or a gold away from having this guy. Ooh, I could play this. That's a scoop. Now I've got enough with the golds to play this. It's 11. Ooh. Here, this one. Oh, we're looking at blue, red chocolate. This guy's decent. This guy could be doable. In fact, we're actually kind of close to this right now. So I'm gonna reserve that. I think I can play that next turn. 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. We can play that 4 right. Let's do it. Let's get it out there. Let's see, is there any reason not to do it right now? If I've got 7 out of 10. I need red. I could take all of them right here, right? 1, 2, 3. And then maybe I can play both cards. And that's the end of the game. Let's try. Ooh, mama. Oh, boy. Are we gonna pull it out? This is a tighter one than last game. Oh, no! Oh, he reserved it. He didn't play it. Oh god, I almost had a heart attack. 3, 6, so I'd have to use 1 gold and 3. And then I need a couple more. Let's do it. Can I still play it? I got the 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can still play it. That's game, baby. That's game, gamers! I went first, or like second, so I think they're gonna have a chance. But they're gonna have to work hard to make up that difference, baby! Thank you, Tina. Gems! The app is bunk. Well, not the Steam app on your computer. The phone app is bonk. But the Steam app for your computer is still A-OKzers. Installed today. So, let's play one more. I know we're pushing up on 4 hours. We could end it here and just call it good, but I want to play one more. Maybe we should try to play online. I don't know if anybody's playing online. Oh, I guess we can see people's names, though. Is there a way to, But they're, how come shrink inactive avatars but not like hide usernames, you know? It did look like there were a lot of people playing though. Maybe I'll just hide it from you guys. Get into a game. And then you won't see their names. Online games. Let's see what we got. I guess I could create a game. Create a game. 4 people. And then Rules Classic. Create. Let's see if we get people in there. It says waiting. See if we get anybody. If not, we'll just go back. I don't want to make you guys wait too long. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, dun, dun. Back here. I will jump ahead of my ads really quick while we queue in. See you in a minute and a half. Unless you're subbed, then I will not stop seeing you. If by the end of this ad we haven't gotten anybody to join, I'll just go back to the AI playing. Because I saw people in here, but now that I'm in here, it doesn't look like that many people. So maybe one of these days we can get some friends to play on stream with us. I know we've done that before. We played Catan with some of our other online friends before. So maybe next time we'll just get some friends to jump in and play with us instead. That would be really fun. Like Tina Bobina. I know she want to play. I know she down to play. You gotta get Steam on your laptop and install Splendor from Steam, girl. Alright, nobody has joined. We're just a few minutes from the end of the ad break. So let's just play with the computer again. Get one last game in. Maybe we'll do secret. I don't know what secret is. Secret instead of random? I'll just do one as secret, because I don't know what that means. Oh, here's the expansions that Will was talking about. Cities. Strongholds. Oh, there's little tokens. Interesting. I own these two, but I've never played these. New objective. Each city has a major works project. Complete one of them to win the game. Oh, I see over here. So it's like... These are nobles. So instead it's... But they don't look... They look less expensive. 4 and 3? 4... Oh, it's... well, cards, yeah. 3, 3, and 3. So they're less expensive, but they're worth way more points? give them a go digitally. That way you don't spend money on expansion for the physical game. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm curious about is these cities here, the costs look very similar to the nobles in the regular game, except the nobles are only worth a few points and the cities are worth a ton of points. So it's like, oh, I see, but complete one of them to win the game. So the game won't end until somebody completes one of them, and then it's however many points everyone has? Is I'm guessing? Because maybe you rush to complete this, but somebody's got more than 13 points on their regular board? Interesting, okay. So then strongholds. Accelerate your expansion by constructing strongholds and restricting your opponent's progress. Okay, so you construct the stronghold on the card. I can see these little things here, but what does that mean? Restricting your opponent's progress. I probably need to read the rule book. Accelerate your expansion by constructing strongholds. Restricting your opponent's progress. What the heck does that mean? Let's try it, I guess. Okay, now that we're in here. There's no like quick shot rules. Okay. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to learn what a stronghold does. I can see I have 3 of them, but how does do? I do not know. Alright, we're gonna be lame and we're gonna Google it. Okay, Board Game Geek. Can I just see what the Steam? Just somebody tell me how they work. Oh. Yes. Can we, thank you. Okay. Strongholds. Each player has 3 strongholds. Each time you purchase a card from your hand or from the table, you must choose one of the following options. Before replacing the purchased card, right, so before it flips out from the deck, place or move one of your strongholds on one of the face-up cards on the table, only if that card has not any other stronghold of another color. However, you can place a stronghold on a card which 1 or 2 of your strongholds are already placed, okay? Or remove another player's stronghold from a card on the table and give it back to its owner. Powers of the strongholds. Occupation power. A card on which a stronghold is placed can be purchased or reserved only by that stronghold's owner. In both instances, the player takes back their strongholds placed on that card. Okay. So it's like a future reserve without taking it off the board. Can be purchased or reserved. So at some point I can say, I'm gonna reserve this and like take the stronghold back, I guess, and still get the gold. But why wouldn't I have just reserved it right off the bat? Conquest power. While your 3 strongholds are on the same card, you can purchase this card after your action. Whether you took tokens, reserved, purchased a development card. Excuse me? What the H? What the H is a development card? Huh? Oh, the actual cards on the board are the development cards, aren't they? Oh god, okay. Hey, yeah, tokens reserved or purchased, one development card. Literally, Danes, get it together. Okay. So after your action, then you can purchase the card that has 3 of your strongholds on it. You must pay for the card, take back your strongholds, then place or remove a stronghold before replacing the purchased card. The purchase must be done while or before a noble visits you and before checking the number of tokens. Before a noble visits you, that's the guys on the right, right? And before checking the number of tokens. Gems or tokens. Okay. Oh, so you do it before you discard down to 10? So you could, oh man. So if you have 3 of your strongholds on a card, you could, and maybe 10 gems in your tray, you could take 3 up to 13, buy the card, get your strongholds back, put a new one out, or remove somebody's. Then get a noble if it applies and discard down your tokens to 10 if it applies. Wow, that's crazy. It must be hard to get all 3 of your strongholds on one card though, because anybody can just remove one. Huh. All right, let's see. So you place the stronghold after you buy or reserve a card, right? Is that what it said? Each time you purchase a card. Oh no, just purchase. So from your hand or from the table, not reserving. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm saying that like it's gonna make it click in, but okay. Oh, let's reserve this one because that's my jam. We're gonna play somewhat normal. I want a double chocolate off the top of this stack, please. Strongholds. Okay, he bought a card, he put a stronghold out. Okay, so he's got one on this card. Does that mean I can't? Uh-huh, sure. Okay, cool. Chocolate. What else is out? Green. A lot of blue. Okay. One chocolate away from playing this guy. That strongholds. Okay, so playing non-point cards might be more valuable now because of the strongholds phase. But I have to get a feel for how the strongholds actually work to know. We can play that card next turn and we'll pick a stronghold. Honestly, that 5-2 green on the left, I would stronghold that bad boy for sure. So we have a chocolate out though. Should we get the chocolate? Save our gold? Nobody has any points yet. Oh, but we can only get one more. We're already at 9. No, forget it. Let's play it. And stronghold this one. Okay. So now it's reserved, but everybody can see it at all times, when normally your reserved cards would be like your hand, so you could have them face down. But also people can remove them, and if I add, I have 3. then you can take an action and then use the card. Right, okay. Okay. I like this card. It's a shame that guy did that. So maybe I try to kick that guy off. Is there something I can get? No? Blue, green. Okay. That's an interesting one to stronghold. Oh. So he took his off of that one. Wait, whose turn was that? So the white player made him take it off of there. Interesting. So now I could technically scoop it. Piss that guy off. Okay. And this, if I can get this out, it'd help to get to this 5. But I'm nowhere near the chocolate I would need. I haven't even started. Something else I could bring out? 4, 2, 1. And it's a chocolate. Let's do that. Okay. So now can I just put another one on this? Okay. Oh no, I want that 3 for 6 instead of the 2 for 5. That's okay, that's okay. This is so interesting with the strongholds. I want to bring out, okay, so I need chocolate and green. Greens are all being hoarded. Maybe I snatch 2 of these real quick so that I can get real close to that. Hope some more green comes out. Somebody play something. Somebody play some green. There we go. Gotta ask for it. Surprised nobody's made me take any off of that card yet. Because like once somebody's at 2, as soon as they play another card, they can have that 3, right? Or maybe they still need another turn to use the 3 though. So I guess you could kick one off once they get to 3. That's true. It's not like a panic that they're at 2, but it's like, and I say they because it's me, but I'm thinking about people I'm playing against. Okay, so want green for sure. Man, do I want to take a double green? No, let's just do this. Oh yeah, here's more of that Nara Park. And that reminds me of Blackmill. I dropped their Spotify up in the chat. Check them out. This is like that chill wave. All right. So we want to play this and try to get that 3rd stronghold over there. And get as many greens as possible from there. Oh well, actually, hold up. We got 5 greens on the stack right now. Maybe I should snatch 2 of them. I have the space in my tray. And we'll play the stronghold next turn. So we're a little closer to being able to play it. Yeah, because we don't want to give them too much time to kick our... No! As I'm saying it, we don't want to give them too much time to kick our strongholds off. Dang it! My plan backfired. Okay. Alright, so I can still play this. Get a stronghold back on here. But now I would need to play another card before playing that card to get the benefit. So, what can we do fast and freaky? Because we still need one more green gem as well. We're only at 4. So what can we get? What's out that we can get with chocolate, red, and blue? Okay, stuff that they've blocked. This has chocolate, red, and blue in it right here, and a green, which is cool. So 2, 2. Okay, so we'll do this. The green we need. Already got the blue. Is there another color I should get? You just another red for good measure. Okay. So now, fingers crossed. We don't lose any strongholds. Fingers crossed. That we can play. No, they took it. Poo, 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 poo. Okay, now what? Okay, we can play something else. Oh, they all use greens though. We need our greens for that one. Ugh. Damn, okay. These have the least amount of greens. He's a stronghold, so this one, I guess. Doesn't really do anything for me, but it's like the quickest way, and then I'd still have to get more greens. Ugh. Man, that card that was out was really the answer. I stole him. Let's just try. See what happens. Put a third one on there, baby. Okay, now we're at 4. So if shit. As I say, if nobody takes any greens. Ah, crap on a big old cracker. Son of a gun. No! Okay. Alright. See, we should have started this on a bigger card. It feels silly to be going after this 2-5 now. Maybe we should just reserve it and get our strongholds back. Start using them on a different card. Ugh! Ugh! Let's play this one. Put one back on. Let's just keep going for it. See how long it takes us to get somewhere. We have 6 points, so nobody's close to us yet. I feel like we have a minute to mess around. I say us because I'm talking like you're helping me here play, chat. I hope you all know that. I'm not just saying us because I'm living with me and myself in my head here. Okay. Okay. So we're trying to go back for greens. I could take 2 off the top right now. We're all in this together. Thanks, Will. That's exactly right. All right. Now we gotta hope for a card in some combination of colors other than green that I can keep in my pocket because I know they're gonna kick one of my strongholds off. There it goes. So okay, this guy's cheap. This guy I'm close to and would be a good option because I like getting points. So red, green, and chocolate. All right, we still need one more green though to be able to play. Oh, maybe I can reserve. Okay, hold up. Nobody take it. Oh, crap. They took another stronghold off. Okay, well now we gotta do multiple plays. See, now it's starting to feel like a dance where it's not worth it. No, I wanted that card. Crap. Crap. This is so interesting. Ugh. Because it feels like, it's starting to feel like it's just reserving a card with extra steps. I feel like I'm not going to get that benefit of the 3 strongholds. Maybe it would be better if it wasn't 4 players, but come on, max players, right? So I could play that blue bottom right, but I'd have to get the greens back again. We're trying to do anything without green. Dang it. I feel obligated to get that dang card. Okay, so how about let's back it up. Let's reserve it and get our stronghold back. Start dancing on something else. We are at 10 out of 10 now. And we got a gold. So we could just play it right out of our pocket right now. Or maybe there's something juicier out here we could snatch. Juicy snatch. Jeez Louise. Alright. What are we looking? Oh no! Oh, we gotta step up our game. We're gonna get steamrolled. Okay, we can buy off the bottom row, which is not great. Yeah, that kind of feeling, it's just extra steps, is why I'm not fond of the expansions over the base game. I ask myself after playing each mini expansion module, would I rather play this or the beautiful simplicity of the base game if I had a choice? It's so true, Will. We love the base game splendor. Our friend group, big fans. So I feel the same way at the moment. Unless I find some kind of like really cool mechanism here to use the strongholds with, I'm currently feeling like it's just, yeah, reserving with extra steps. Okay, so if I play that card out of my hand right now, I'll get a stronghold. Kind of close to the, he's already got that one. We could kick somebody off, but that seems counterproductive. We're trying to get ahead of the game. Got reds and greens. That top row is intimidating, especially if we're going to try to do 3 strongholds by the end of the game. It's still only to 15 points. Gosh. Thinking this through is hard. Let's play this one because it gets us a green. Let's put a stronghold on the 6 and try to do what we were doing with the other card. So I felt like we were close. I'm gonna play that other green out of my pocket. No! Sons of bitch. So wait, cards aren't being replaced on the bottom row because of the stronghold, or did we run out of cards? Oh, we ran out of cards. There's no cards in the thing over there. Damn. Boy. Maybe I should scoop this one really quick. Yeah. And stronghold that one again. Come at me, suckers! This is so interesting that we ran out of bottom row cards because we need stronghold action. Okay, let's play the one in our pocket. Get a second hold on this guy. Now we need 3 more greens or golds, and we can buy it, but we want to get another stronghold on it first. Oh, but our options are so slim with these cards. It's a lot harder to just buy another card before buying that. Look how expensive everything is. Oh my god. Crap. 1, 3, 3. It's 3 we need. Oh, well, it's not gonna go anywhere. Oh, add in progress. Sorry, guys. I'll try not to do anything interesting. Maybe I should just reserve something that I could realistically get to before this one. Man, a lot of the stuff that's out. Okay, red and... No, I don't think I'll get there. I think I'd get to this one, not to this one. Let's try. No! Dang it. Four. Two. Get the 6 for the one in the pocket. Try that. Okay. Still got one on there. I feel like I'm not. Yeah, I knew it! I knew if I said it out loud, he would take it from me. Da, 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 da. Alright. I'm gonna. Honestly, this is gonna sound stupid. I'm basically gonna ignore strongholds now. Or use them as reserves because. This is silly. One, 3, 4, 2, 3. 4 in the green. Yeah, it's still this one. Sir, baby. I could buy that one now. 4, 5, 6. This is getting too tight, victory point wise. Too tight. 12. Alright, stronghold. What looks good? 3, 4. Maybe this one. I don't think we'll get there. We could try. So I'm basically focusing chocolate, blue, green. These last couple rounds to try to get either the one in the pocket or the one on the table before somebody else.
Memories can kill ya, but it didn't heal ya. I thought that I could fly.
Oh no! Oh gosh. Phew. Scary. Okay. Oh boy.
I've always been naive, gullible in my face, and you used all of me, inside and on the surface. I've always been naive, gullible in my face, and you used all of me, like
Oh no! That's it! We lost! We focused on the strongholds for too long. Ugh. That's it. Alright, well. Driving and listening, careful, logical. Also, just kidding, I appreciate you. Alright, well, I want to play one more with the cities expansion just to give it a try, just because we know it was available to us. We definitely took too much to not like this. We spent way too much time learning the strongholds, and that was our downfall. But let's try the cities just to say we did, and that'll be the end of stream today. Secret, random, balanced. Why not? That sounds like a mix. Okay. 3 cities. Win with 1 city tile. Okay. Yeah. Let's look at the rules one more time. Let's do that together. Cities. Okay. And this is Nara Park again, by the way. These are bops. Biggity bops. So let's check them out. Oh, you like these jams too, Logical. That's Nara Park. They've got some cool DMCA free chill wave. Actually, some of their stuff really reminds me of Black Mill, which I think you have heard of Black Mill before. But yeah, very cool tracks so far. All right, so cities. Do not use the noble tiles, use the city tiles. Got it. Additional rules. You have a number of prestige points at least equal to the value shown. Oh. Oh, so they don't give you those points. You need to have that many points and the cards below to get the city. And the first person to get a city wins. Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah. You must have at least 13 prestige, 4 red bonuses, and 3 black bonuses. Wow. Yeah, okay. If you meet the requirements of multiple city tiles, choose one and only one. Keep this tile until the end of the game. When a player takes a city tile, complete the current round. At the end of the round, if only one player took a tile, they win the game. If several players took a tile, the player with the highest number of prestige points among them is the winner. Okay. That's, yeah, interesting. Let's try it. Let's try it. Ooh, and now we've got some lo-fi from Stray. Okay. I want to see what you have. There we go. I need to see your avatar face. All right. You need to have at least 12 points and 6 white cards, or 13 points, 4 green cards, 3 blue cards, or 14 points and a whole mess of other cards. Wow, this is probably the easiest one to get. Spread it out. A little bit of everything, huh? Okay. Well, I'm gonna do me. And I'm gonna reserve my fave. 3 6s off the bat are my fave. Get our double red so that we're 3 halfway to it in 2 turns. Love that. Okay. I like a green card like this. What do we're all right. We spread it around. Yeah, let's snatch this one too. Or wait. Let's grab. We'll hope it's there. We want that red more than anything off the bat. Let's take a green as a hopeful, and then I see a lot of chocolate. Let's take a chocolate. Okay. Trying to look. It looks like. Yeah, no real focus yet. It's too soon to tell what they're going for. But it's interesting. You know what this does compared to the base game? This forces you to think about those cards. Normally in the base game, it's like an optional if you get those, or you can aim for it, obviously, but it's like not necessarily the main focus, getting those cards. And this one it is, because you need this to win. So now you have to think about that as opposed to optionally thinking about it. So that's kind of cool. I like that it kind of forces that. Red. Green and chocolate. Oh, I should have reserved. That's okay. We want the red. Now we're one red away from being able to play. So now if we reserve it, we'll have enough gold to use it. So hopefully nobody takes it. Don't take it, baby, now. Don't take my card. Don't take it. No! He took it. That son of a... All right. Well, now what? Let's take this three blue instead. Damn. Now we gotta find something to spend those greens and chocolates on. Get them out of our tray. Well, I guess we could just play one of this. We'll play the red 6 out of the hand. and we'll have more options. Yeah. Yeah, let's play this. Okay. We want blues now. Kind of being spread out. We also need to spend our greens and chocolates on something. Let's just do a spread. Red, white, blue. It's our only options for gems right now. Let's see where it takes us. Still up, right? Yeah. Wrong tab open. Okay, good. Bitrate still looks good. Okay. We could snatch this guy. Get a white out. We're trying to spread around and go for this 14. But even though it's the highest requirement, I do think it'd be the easiest to get because he's spreading them out, right? So I prefer getting cards with points, please. We need blue, so maybe I shouldn't pass up the opportunity to get blue. Yeah. We'll just see. We'll see what's there next turn. Okay. Okay. We need blue. Let's buy this one. We also need to keep an eye out for a green card eventually, because, oh, there's one. And it's got points on it, which I'm a fan of. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I kind of want to just purposely go listen to some more of the Nara Park stuff. Oh, I see. Okay. I actually don't have a ton of stuff on here. I'm gonna just play straight from their page. Okay, back to the game. We're at 8. Need blue. Blue and chocolate. Gosh, the points are already close. I don't like this. Need more point cards. I've spread myself too thin thinking about this already. Crap. Okay, alright. Taking one of these now won't make it. Yeah, let's do this one. Okay. like this is... Oh, gosh. I feel like I'm going to lose this one too, because I'm going to be overthinking. No, I don't want to use that for that. So... chocolate, blue, green. One way, so if there's a blue there next turn, I want to do that and save the gold. Nope. I don't know why I say these things out loud, because then I immediately regret having said, oh wait, ayo! I literally started to regret having said I was going to regret saying things out. Meta, meta. Okay. Alright, now we have 6 blue. We can play that straight out. No gold needed. Let's bring that bad boy out. And now we're 1 to 2 away from being able to play the other one in the pockets. We got 3 blues. Man, we're really not... Maybe we should start focusing on this one. So we're not spreading our cards around the way I thought we would be. Chocolate. Red. New poll up? What's the poll say? Pull up my chat. My restream chat doesn't show Twitch polls. Play one more so Illogical can see. Okay, we'll play one of the base game after this one so that you can see how it works, because this is an expansion anyway. But I like the cut of your jib. I'll play one more base game after this one. Twist my arm. We have an ad in progress right now, so let me sit here and think about what we're gonna do. We want to play this, I think. But yeah, there's no chocolate out, so I guess we spend our gold on it. Or if you can't tell I'm home and interested, oh, I appreciate that, Illogical. I want to keep you interested. Okay. There's no easy access to chocolate right now, so I'm gonna just play this bad boy. Wait 30 seconds to do it though, since we're in an ad break. Oh. Illogical, have you heard of the electronic group Blackmill? Alright, let's play this guy out of our tray. Welcome back from the ad break. Like, these guys have, oh my god, such a better spread out than I do. Crap. Okay. We need white card, a red card, and 2 chocolate cards. Preserve that guy, get a gold. scoop that white one just to get it in the tray. Oh no, it's gonna use a gold for the chocolate. I don't really want to do that. So don't need any more blues. We need to go for this chocolate eventually. Whoever voted with me for one more should get VIP, just saying. We'll, but what I was saying before is, this group, Nara Park, DMCA free. I'll put them in their link to Spotify again. They sound a lot like Blackmill to me, and I really like that group. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Okay. 3, 3, 2. I'm kind of close to 5 and 3. Let's try for this one. Lo-fi girl vibes? Yeah, yeah, definitely. That's how it started. I just went to like a DMCA lo-fi list on Spotify, and this group Nara Park was all over it. So, digging them for sure. Okay. Go for red, chocolate. Green? Green seem to have some biggins. Solid for sure. This is what I listen to when I need to get stuff done at work in the morning. Yeah, for sure. Definitely very like just productive. Chill. Brainwave so that your brain's not braining on other things when you're trying to brain. Did I just exhibit that? Alright, so I know they're my favorite and I keep saying it, but I kind of want to just snatch this one as a reserve for the gold. Because I'm already at 4. I'm a glutton. So what are we gonna do? Can we get, maybe we can get this one. Or, no, because we got, down here is the, wait, where did it go? Oh, did I straight play it? Oh, I straight played it. Oh, word. Oh, word. That works. Oh, word. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I could go for this. I would need 2 more green cards. Instead of going for these spread out ones. Let's try. One. Close to this. If I reserve that, I think I'll have it, right? 2, 2, 1, yeah. Okay, that's a green card off the bat. 3, 2, 2. I could try to go for that guy. I need points though. I still need to hit the points in the top right corner to get the city. Okay, okay, okay. Still, I had 3 points off of that one. Oh boy, it's a tight race. Nobody else is close to the 4-3, but this guy is close to the bottom one. What does he need? Chocolate cards? Okay. Red. Let's take one of these. These. And a white. Ah! Ooh, now I can play this one. Okay. Wait, but we're trying to focus on green or blue. Oh, crap. See, I'm spreading it out again. So if I get that one, I'd be 2 whites, 2 chocolates, and a red. Way more cards. I only need 2 greens for that middle one. I'm gonna play it for the points. So I only need 2 reds. 2 chocolate. Oh, I need the chocolate. I'm gonna play this one because I need the green. Ah, hate it. Hate it. Hated doing that. Okay. So we need 1 more. Well, we technically have it there, but we need the chocolate too. Okay. Ah. No lyrics, no distractions. Yeah, that's so true for when you're trying to just be productive at work. That's actually the one I was talking about, Blackmill. They're really good for that. I would play them if I didn't think they would get DMCA'd on here. Here's a green card that I can scoop right now. And we're at our requirement for the card. Then I just need to get to 13 points and we'll be done. But I need those reds to play 2 points. So where am I going to get the points if I play that card? But I need the green card. If somebody else takes it, hold on. 3, 2, 2. I'm kind of close to this. So if I get chocolate, white, and red, because that's the other one I could do here. Let's try. Ooh. Black. I'm actually wondering now. Is there a way to search artists DMCA? There's services you can pay for, but it's better you just stick with DMCA free stuff, I guess. Is there a way to search what? If certain artists are like DMCA or part of the DMCA that would get like muted if I played it on stream. I assume most artists that are like named artists that I can think of would be, but you never know. I didn't know if there's like a way, like if they're in charge of that and they say they don't care if you stream their music, so you wouldn't get hit with a DMCA if you played their music on stream. I'm not sure if there's an easy way to look for that, because if there is, I would play some Blackmill right now, but I bet there are not. Let's just move on. All right. 5 red. We're going for this guy. We need the chocolate. We got 9. This guy's available now. 3, 2, we'll use a gold. I really just need 1 chocolate. You mean copyright, not DMCA? Well, isn't it the same? Aren't they synonymous? Like DMCA free is the kind of music that you need to play on stream. Music that can be used without fear of copyright takedowns. C and DMCA is copyright. Yeah. They're one and the same when we're talking about streaming. DMCA is the like streaming copyright that you have to follow for music. So when you're just trying to find easy crap to play on stream, you just type literally DMCA free anything and you can find stuff that fits that kind of vibe. But I was wondering if there was a way to search artists, like, is this artist allowed to be played on stream without being hit with the DMCA takedown? That's what, yeah. A lot of words. Anyway, moving on. Okay, I can take 1. So if I take 1 chocolate, Splendor Guy? Where's that from? Is that a 7TV guy? Where'd my chat go? No, it's just there. Okay. So I could play this, but it would cost a gold. So I could take a chocolate. It's a waste of a turn. So should I just play the gold? It's a green. It's not gonna help me with this, so I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I'm gonna put back a blue and a green. Now I can play that 2 out of my pocket. Oh boy. Tight race. There's a lot of greens on the board, though. As far as options to get to the 4 green we need to hit that 13, we're good. So we're close. We're close. All right, we're 1 point away and 1 green card away from getting the middle city. I guess I'll scoop this and then work towards any point card that would be the quickest to get. 3, 1, 1. Yeah, that's a scoop. I don't even need to spend. No, all I need is a point to get that city and hope that nobody can race me to higher points and a city. Oh god. Oh no! Whew, scary. Okay. What can we do? We've got white, blue, green. This one's kind of close. This one's kind of close. I think I still need 2 turns no matter what. Because even if I take this guy... Yeah, this guy's closer. If I took this guy with the gold, I'd have the greens, but still need 2 reds. If I took this guy with the gold, I already have the blues, and I'd be 1 away from the white. 4, 2, 1, actually. This is 1 pull away. So this, if I pull this, the gold will get me to this one. Okay, I think this is the play. Yep. Ooh-wee. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Nobody beat me to it. Because the guy before me could play a blue card worth any number of points and beat me to that middle card. Don't do it. No! Okay, so wait. Oh no! Okay. So if I play this card, we're gonna tie. Because I'll have this card, but I'll still have 14 points. And if 2 players have cities, it's whoever has the higher prestige. So how are they going to decide? Is it just the other guy because he had the higher point city? Probably. That's how I would do it if I was writing the rules. Defeat. Yeah. He had the higher point city. That makes sense. Ugh. Okay. I like the cities expansion more than the strongholds expansion. That is for sure. Any other color than green? Hello, thank you. I definitely liked this cities one more, having to focus on getting cards, like being forced to instead of it being an option, like in the base. The strongholds having like, I get the idea of getting 3 on there and then being able to do something with it. Maybe that's easier to do with less players. Like maybe strongholds would be fun with 2 or 3 players instead of 4 players, but with 4 players it seemed like it was basically impossible to get 3 strongholds on 1 card. And we kept trying to time it and play a hand and hold a hand back, and it was just like we couldn't get there. So, yeah, let's play a base game for a logical. He won the poll. Balanced, secret, random. That sounds good. How about instead of balanced, specialized? I don't know what that means. Easy clip. Classic rules to 15. And we'll do like a short little rules explanation for you, illogical. We talked it through a lot more when we first started, but I'll just give you a quick explanation. So this board is the available draft board for every player. Also, shout out to those that botted with me. Oh, voted with you. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Oh, we have an ad in progress. But really, I'm just explaining the rules for you. I explained them earlier, so let's just go through it real quick while the ad is going. So yeah, this is the draft board everyone can pull from. Cheaper and lower points on the lower versus the higher racks of cards. The cards can run out. You can have up to 10 gems of these like chip gems. They feel like poker chips in the real world game. Hi, Tina. And you can have up to 10 of them in your tray. When you play one of these cards, this gem that's in the top right, it goes down in your tray as just like a square like these you see on the right here. And it's to indicate that you have one of these available to you. It's basically like a permanent one that you can spend every round. It never goes away. These you have to put back in the bank or pool, whatever you want to call it, when you buy a card and use them to buy a card. The gold ones are wild, and you get them by reserving a card. So if you can't play a card that you see on the board that you'd like to in the future, you can up to 3 of them in your hand, reserve them and get one of these gold chips, and it's like a wild for any other color gem. And then these ones on the right, once you have these this combination of these cards in your tray permanently, whatever the color combinations are, you get whoever the first one to get them out gets this card and their extra victory points at the end. So, 4 red cards like this in your tray and 4 chocolate cards like this in your tray, and you're the first one to do that, and you'd get this guy on the top with his little stinking face and his 3 points. Same for all of these, 3 white, 3 blue, 3 green, and you get this girl. Whoever gets there first gets this, I think it's a noble tile or something like that. You've definitely played this. Yeah, I was gonna say, I swear you've played Splendor before. But now that's how you play. Welcome back from the ad break. I hope you caught some of those rules. If not, we also explained it earlier. We're just gonna play one more base game because a logical won the poll. And my favorite thing to do is find a good card that's got a big butt, but one color to play off the bat. But there's not a lot of them. This is probably the one I'd go with, which is rare. I usually pick one in the middle. But a 5/3, I don't know how I feel about that. I think I'm gonna go with this guy, which is crazy. Getting 7 is hard. Seemingly, it's a lot harder than getting 6 for some reason. Just getting that extra one is hard. We're gonna go for it. Reserve that one for later so it goes down in our little hand. And we get one of these wild gold. The golds do count towards your 10 total that you can have in your tray. So we've got enough on the stack. I'm gonna snatch 2 off the blue right away, because when you grab gems from here, you can either grab 3 different colors or 2 of one color. You can only grab 2 of one color if there's 4 or more on the stack. So since there were 4 or more, I want to grab those 2 and get as close to having 7 blue in 2 to 3 turns as possible, so that we don't have to do as many development cards, I guess these are called, we found out today, to supplement the gems we're pulling from here. So definitely not, I need more blue, but we can only take 1. We can try to play one of these guys, the only blues out. So green and chocolate or green and red. There's no red, so green and chocolate. Let's go. Blues are gone. Boo-hoo. We're at 4 of the 7 we need. So now we gotta focus on bringing out some blue cards. So we went, yeah, these guys. Hand is kind of forced. 6. But then we can do a reserve and get another wild gold in our pocket. So that'll help us get there too. Okay. This one especially reminds me of Black Mill, this song. We heard this one earlier. Okay. I'm gonna try to play one of these. Why do I have this white one? That must have been earlier when I was just looking at the board, right? We're gonna have to ditch that one. 3, 3. We're 1 pull away from being able to do one of these. So let's do it. Chocolate, green, and then the white. And then we'll put 2 white back. Word. And hopefully this one is still here. Nobody take our lefty 1 bluer. Don't you dare. Yes. Wait, one more guy. Don't you do it. Do not redeem. Okay. All right. Ooh, we have this option now though. Hold up. I'm usually more about getting a victory point. Being able to save the blues that I need for the 4 in my pocket makes this worth it. Yes, baby! Do not redeem! Why did she say it like that? Not redeem? Okay. So now we're at 5 of the 7 because of the gold. Yes. Ooh, okay. Look at that fat 3 green on the left, and we've already got 3 green in our stack. That's what we're doing. Snatch, snatch. So now we got 2 gold. I could, 1 point. Okay, we're 1 away from either of these cards. Be better if we did this one first, because this one will contribute back to this one because it's green for green, whereas this one's blue. So playing this one first wouldn't help us get back to this one. Splendor guy, splendor guy, splendor guy. We have to make a 7 TV emote unless you already did. I have a blue out here. I've got 2 slots left. I could get both. Blue, green, and then it doesn't matter. I'll have to put it back. Done. So now we're gonna play our 7 blue. How many turns did that take us? That wasn't too bad for getting to 7 of 1 color in a 4-player game. That wasn't too bad. And how many points are on the board? 1 dude has 1, and we're about to drop a fat 4 on his face? Take it. Boom, baby. You did? Oh, sweet. I can't wait to see it when it works. Maybe if I refresh my little chat window. Nope. That's okay. Oh, I think the 7TV thing is on my channel page. Let me go look at my channel. Maybe I'll see what it looks like. Mute. Where's the panel? Yes! Yes! That's great. I love it. I love him. That's so good. Logical, that's so good. Okay, back to the game. Distracted by Splendor. Oh, you sent it to me in Discord? Oh, my bad. That's so good. I can't wait for 7TV to work. How do I make it work? Is there something I have to do? I see the panel. So excited you hit me with my government. I didn't say it all. I didn't. I said Telogical. Telogical, right? That's your name? Let's see if I... Oh, it's Restream chat. Maybe Restream chat won't show the 7TV chat. I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that. Maybe we'll have to switch the chat that shows up in the VODs to the Twitch chat just for the emote, the emotes and whatnot. The emotes? But yeah, it doesn't... I don't think it's gonna refresh 7TV on OBS because it's Restream. I'll have to look into that. Anyway, I'm stoked for it. I see what he looks like. I think that's awesome. Thanks to Logical. Okay, back to the game. Distractions, distractions. So now we're 1 green away from getting this guy snatched. What else is out here that we can get? We're wiping the floor. We're about to have next turn. We're gonna have 7 points. The only other point out is 1 guy. We're wiping the floor with these dummies right now. So what else can we go for? What's a big boy? This? No, well we've got, let's see, we've got green and blue already on our plate. So let's just grab another blue and just some white's been our backup for now. I should be dancing like our Enjoy character. All right, we've got the green. Let's play the green, baby. 7, fast 7. Whoopee 7. Wait a minute. Spoiler alert. Keep your eye on the channel in the next couple weeks. Alright, what's a big boy? This one. I mean, I could go for 2. I like 3 better. I don't have a lot of green blue up here. Just oh, a lot of red's out. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What's a fast and dirty? Smack 'em. Haven't even looked over here. Green and blue. Green and blue. White. Oh, it's a red. Maybe this one. It doesn't have any greens. Damn. Do not like my choices. Just pull this one down. We'll see what we get. Ooh! It's a little better. I like that a little better. Hop back into Lo-Fi DMCA. Let's pick a game. Squid Game. Fly me to the moon from Squid Game. Okay. This is just Fly Me to the Moon from like Lounge Singers. Why are they trying to claim this for Squid Game? In other words, please be true. In other words. Okay. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I'm fully blinded. The whites are gone. Choco? Blue. Green, just because I already have it in my tray. Damn. Okay. Need something better. Ah! I was just looking at that one. Still no whites. Chocolate. Blue. Red. Love that the character in the bottom right is just chilling with a pile of hot dogs on the screen. That's my avatar. That's me chilling in the pile of hot dogs. Hold on, let me throw me some condiments. Ugh. So stupid, I'm sorry. That was so stupid. Okay. We need blue for this one. Oh, we've already got 4. Let's play this guy. Now we got 5. Oh, we lost one. Need one more. I like this guy. But I'd have to spend all of the blues I was hoarding. But I do need chocolates. I don't know. This guy's more worth it. Just get one more blue. Look at it right there. Boom. Green. White. Actually, hold up. Hey. We could take 2 whites right here. Yeah. Because I want to go for this guy then. I've already got the blue for this. I just need the white. I want to reserve this. Nobody take it. Oh my god, I said it out loud. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do not redeem. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Stupid is not your middle name. I disagree, illogical. Okay, now I've got 4 of the 7 white that I need for that card. Damn it, there's only 1 left now. Ah! Ah! A lot of red. A lot of red on the board. Maybe I should play this one if it's still there. Now that I said it out loud, oh my god, I hope it's still there. Because then I'll still have the 3 blue I need for that big card. Ah! Ah! Nobody take it. Ah! Ah! Nobody take it. Don't you do it. Don't do it, dude. Wow, that was close. I almost screamed. Gimme! Yeah. Now I just need more white. We're still at the 4 white. I could get 1 more gold in. Maybe I could spend that. No, the other one has the white. So I don't want to spend that other one. I could get 1 more gold in. And my hand will be full. What could I gold that would be worth it? Maybe like this? If I just snatch a blue at some point, I could spend that. And it's a point, which is always nice. Red, I've got 2. Yeah, let's snatch this one. And then we got the gold for that. We could spend it and maybe get another one. Oh, like, God, there's 2 of these down here that I could take. Still got time. 3, 6, 6, 10. Still ahead. So I want a blue because I don't want to spend gold for this. I want the white because we need to get to 7 white. And a green or a red just because. Red because then it's not able to take 2. Oh no, I've got too many. Green. Gotta go. Love your stuff. Oh, bye, Tina. Have a great night. I love that so much. Thanks, Tina. We're about wrapping up anyway, so you're not going to miss much at the end of this game that I will hopefully win. We're going to wrap it up there. Maybe I'll do another just quick run through of what we did with our game today. And then we'll maybe find somebody to raid. That'll be the end of stream. So I want to play this one. I've got 6 towards this. Oh god, we only need 1 more round. 1 more round. Either I pull a white or I reserve. And I'm playing that 5, and we are crushing these buddies. Raid Ham, is he gonna be on still? If he's gonna be on still, I totally will. Is he in Japan still? 5, 6, okay. He's live in Japan! Yeah, I'll totally raid him if he's still live when we're done. So I just need to pull a white or to reserve and get a gold. I might as well reserve just for fun. You're my biggest threat, Mr. 8. 4 black. Maybe this one. Yeah, try to stop him from getting something under my feet here. That's it. This next round should be it. All right. Bam. Bam, baby. Fat 16. Try to beat it. Try to beat it. Try to beat it. Try to beat it. Come on, try to beat it. Oh, come on, weak sauce. Oh, not so weak, but still weak. All right, buddy. Thanks, Illogical, for getting us to stay for one more game. That was really fun. I'm glad you were here. Before we end stream and raid ham, I want to show you guys one last time what we did today. It was so fun. Let's pull up my Here's our paint board that we made on stream today. And I want to make sure I've got my Dextrous as well, so I can show you that. So, Semolina gonna make me bake again this weekend? You should. So yeah, the way we talked about it, I'm really excited for some of the ideas that we came up with. And essentially just using paint here to kind of mess around and look at what we were talking about before. So the idea that you have this water mill, grain mill, that you're gonna use your grain cards that have these various types of grain, the semolina, wheat, almond, pastry, rice. Those are different flours that you would then make with your grain. And we were thinking that like on this part of the wheel, you can only play semolina cards, and then you can play them on whatever floor. And if you play them on that floor, you get whatever the floor's bonus is, such as making an opponent discard one of their cards, or adding 2 water to your bucket, we renamed it, or taking 1 water from an opponent's bucket, or basically the millstone is a 1-for-1 mill where you can throw your currently semolina into the millstone and get 1 out of the grain deck. And the idea of the mill being you're trying to get to the end of your deck. I'm not sure how we would end it. Can't really be first to empty the deck because I feel like it'll be tight. You have to kind of see first to end their deck triggers last round or something like that, and then it's most points at the end of the game is kind of where I'm thinking. And then the other idea that we had, and the water, sorry, before I move on, the water bucket that you have, I tried to put here, like each player has this much water at the moment just to visualize. We were thinking you could discard 3 water to draw from the deck, or discard water to play an additional card. Discard 5 water to move the wheel. So if it was a wheel like this, you would just click it to the next one. It would go to rice, and then you'd be able to play the rice cards. The other ideas we had were, instead of playing on the floor, or instead of this being what card you can play, these would be the floors. So it would be the storage, the hopper, the shaker, the millstone, whatever. Maybe not in order to keep it interesting. And whatever floor you're on is the floor you can play your cards on, and you can play any type of grain, which would be maybe even faster of a game because you could just mill dump 1 card at a time. You do one thing, play 1 card a turn, and then it's the next person's to do 1, unless you have abilities or things that let you do more than 1. But in that way, you could just dump anything that's not, say, like semolina or pastry, because you're trying to go for those big victory points. The other option would be like not doing it as playing on the particular floor, and having everybody has to play in the storage, And then this wheel mechanism would move your cards down through the floors and eventually into your sack where you score your points. This would essentially move these abilities for each floor somewhere else, like in a action deck or something like that, instead of being here on the floor specifically. And these floors would essentially just become, we'd probably have a lane for each player, just like we have a stack for each player at the bottom. Probably have lane 1 where, you know, player 1's got a card in storage for wheat. And then on the wheel, there'd be more availability for wheat to roll because wheat's the cheapest victory points, right? So the faster the wheat card moves down here into your sack, the faster you get that victory point. So you would want, this would be a spinning wheel at this point instead of a clicking wheel. You would actually spin it, and wherever it lands could potentially move your cards. So if it lands on wheat, anybody with wheat cards in the mill could move their wheat card to their wheat cards, all of them, why not, to the next floor. And the wheat, you know, you just heavy weight the wheel, so there'd be either more slices for wheat, or the wheat slice would be the biggest. However would make the most, it'd probably have to be multiple slices weighted as opposed to one big slice to make it more fair, because you never know how the spinner is going to spin. You know how fair that would be versus like a dice. But that's an idea. And then, you know, same thing, instead of wheat, the pastry one is the highest victory points. So maybe there's the least slices with the smallest weight for the pastry, so that any pastry cards in here take a lot longer to get down into your sack for that big 5 points that you'd be scoring. I kind of want to move that direction where that's the way you're going, where the cards are moving through the mill, because that's kind of like viticulture, where the point is you're growing grapes and then crushing grapes and then putting the grapes into wine bottles to ferment in your cellar, and then you sell the wines out of your cellar, and that's how you get your victory points, is selling the wine is usually where your victory points come from. There's other little ways too, but that's the biggest way. So I want this to kind of be similar to that, where the concept is you're making flour. You're taking your grain, putting it in storage, it goes in the hopper, it goes in the shaker, it goes in the millstone, and then in your sack, and now you've got whatever kind of flour that is. It also eliminates the idea of having to have multiple cards, because before, you know, you could just put all the cards in here and then you score a wheat. Probably have to score 1 wheat card for the point. Probably have to score 5 pastry cards to get the 5 points, because how else are you going to balance those victory points, right? So I really like the idea of moving it through the mill, maybe having an action deck or something for these abilities that you can play. Or maybe we just define them to a couple small abilities, and it's your water bucket. You know, I don't know. Maybe instead of water, because the water was intended to be throw the water on the wheel to move the wheel. So maybe instead of water, it's another resource or something. But that's the idea. I really would like this to move through the mill. So that's where I want to go next time we're working on the concept. We worked in Dextrous today too, which was really cool. Just to kind of visualize some of the cards. Hide paint because it's in front of Chrome. So in Dextrous, we made the grains. Oh, we're looking at the wrong. Hello. Get over here. Get over here. Dun, 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 dun. Can you please? Thank you. That looks better. So we made our different grains just to see how it would feel. Wheat grains to make wheat flour. Sacked wheat flour is worth 1 victory point at the end of the game. Rice grains, same thing, except they're worth 2, and so on until pastry grains. We made water cards where 1 through 10, you can, you know, add that much water to your water bucket and then spend it on things like we were talking about. We pieced out the cards too. We were like, maybe there's a ton of the 1 waters, but there's like very few of the 10 waters. And same with the grains, more of the wheats, less of the pastry grains. And then the idea would have to be, you know, going back to wheat, the idea would have to be so many sources. If we're going with decks, right? Does everybody have a pre-built deck and you got to get to the end and it's all like everybody's got the same deck? Or is it all a community deck and it's got to be really well engineered for how many of each card are in there so that everybody gets a fair shot at getting pastry grains in their hand, or getting the 10 water card in their hand? You know what I mean? So there's little things like that are still have to be thought out, but we really made it really far today. I'm really like honestly just this paint right here that we were playing in, that I was just dropping, trying to recreate my little hand-drawn guy, right? That I was just dropping in here. I felt like we got really far with the concept by doing this and just taking this card and being like, okay, so I put it here, and then after that, or maybe we move it down the lane and it goes in your sack. This was so fun today. So thanks for letting me recap. What a great time. I so appreciate you guys. That's pretty much it for me today. I've had such a great time. Extra long stream today since I was out sick on Monday. And I'm just so grateful. What a great stream. Thank you guys for coming in and checking it out. Tabletop Thursdays are very quickly becoming my absolute favorite stream that we're doing. So I can't wait till next week. And I'm excited to come back with some more fresh ideas to add to this, or maybe think through some more of the actions. You think through them too, please. Will, Illogical, Tina, everybody who pops in, Sparky, Kyle, think about some of these things we've talked about, please. And come back on Thursday or drop me some chats at some point. I'll see them. Because I want your input. I want this to be a game that we made on stream together. I think that would be so rad. So let's do that. Think on it. Come back with ideas. I love it. And then let's raid Ham and Cheddar. He's still alive. I love it. Let me just make sure I know what I'm doing. Stick around to watch a little bit of Ham and Cheddar. He is live in Japan. He's one of our favorites. Do it. And Ham and Cheddar. And hopefully this works. Thank you guys so much. I hope you had a great time, and I'll see you next time at the hot dog stand. Bye for now.